Hello, and welcome to another exciting edition of Victory Never Sleeps. Got since I've last spoken to all of you, I had the honor of attending Freyfaxi at Baldershof, and it was a fantastic event. Those of you who haven't gotten a chance, that Hoff it's more beautiful every time I see it. It's really a spectacular place. And like I say, if you've not gotten to experience yet, you're missing out, and we would invite you to. So keep in mind, I always kind of plug events that are upcoming. And yes, we definitely want you to go to those. And the ones that I plug are kind of national level, certainly regional level showcase events. But keep in mind, there is a holy observance at each of our Hoffs every single month, as well as at Sigerheim every single month, even if it's, there are some that are certainly bigger than others, but our Hoffs are not going anywhere. So you have the opportunity every month to attend something somewhere if you'd like. That said, all right, so I might as well plug the upcoming events now, and as good as time as any. So to get started on that, coming up in September is Freyr's Harvest Feast, and that is going to be in Montana. And I'm looking forward to that. That's going to be very, very exciting. That's one that I've wanted to make it to in the past, and I have not made it to, and that I will definitely be at this year. So I'm looking forward to that, and I would love to meet any and all of you there. So if you would like to make that happen, let's do it. Following in October, for the first time ever held in New Hampshire, it's going to be the AFA Winter Nights. You've heard me talk many times on here about Winter Nights. Winter Nights is a deeply moving event, a deeply moving holy tide, and something that's very accessible because we all have ancestors who've crossed beyond the veil. We all have mothers and grandmothers and great grandmothers that have passed that look on after us. And so that connection is really palpable. It's going to be set at a really beautiful time of year. I'm told that's going to be like the peak leaf change, full effect fall time for New Hampshire. So we're pretty excited about that. And I would love to meet you all there. It's going to be a really nice event, and I'm very much looking forward to it. And then following that in November in South Dakota, we have the Feast of the Einherjar. This is going to be the 4th annual Feast of the Einherjar as a kind of large scale AFA event. I'm doing it the same spot we did last year, so it's a really nice location. Worked out really well. I'm looking forward to that. Love to see it all these places. So if you're a member, you should absolutely get there if you can, to any or all of them. If you are not, why not? You should become a member and be part of what we're doing. But until then, we would still love to have you join us at one of these events. You need to reach out to one of the folk builders. We can get that all figured out for you. Forget to do this sometimes at the top of the show, so it's worth reminding. Wherever you are consuming this, if you are watching it as a video, if you're listening to it later as a podcast, please make sure you are liking, sharing, subscribing, commenting, interacting with, and telling your friends about it, because that's a really good tried and true method of helping us grow and helping more people learn about our religion and about our gods. And yep, would appreciate all y'all's help in that if this is a show that you enjoy and that you benefit from in some way. Other stuff, we have some new merchandise out tonight. We got some fancy Thorshof gear. dynamic Thorshoff gym gear. Looks really cool. Also got a hoodie in there. Looks awesome. Had really good feedback about our merchandise so far. Hope everybody is liking that. And yeah, get yours while the getting's good. And we appreciate you and we appreciate your support. Also, kind of note on your guys' generosity. Last week, I don't know what it is. We've had some kind of more sparse attendance in our VNS audience the past couple of weeks. Last week's episode was very brief. Um, Fortunately, it was because some of us had some traveling to do early the next morning, so it was okay. But in a very short amount of time, excuse me, you guys dug in big and donated almost $400 towards the payoff of New York's Hoff. And that was in an episode that lasted about an hour and a half. So we appreciate you guys. You guys did fantastic. We are making progress, as you can see on there. Still got a little ways to go. But with you guys' generosity, I know that we can continue to cut that down and race towards that finish line. And we're looking forward to that. And I appreciate everybody's generosity and help on it. We have it right now to where it's just about $107 per AFA member would immediately pay off the remaining balance. So that's where we're at. And again, thank you guys so much for being so generous and helping us get there. With that, just kind of a couple of cool notes on Freyfaxi at Baldershoff. Lovely event. Thank you to all of the leadership in the Baldershoff district. You guys did an amazing job putting on yet again a fantastic event. It's always really, really nice to go and see the town of Murdoch that we've established a home in for our folk. I appreciate the families that allowed me to be part of naming their children this weekend. We had two beautiful little babies get named at the altar of Balder at his Hoff, and that was fantastic. Always look forward to doing that. That is, one of my very most favorite things to do. Also, something really nice happened. I think it's worth sharing. It's a unique and special thing to have physical spaces in Midgard to practice our faith and to, I guess, plant the flag of Asatru in a real and physical way. This happens to me every time I go to Murdoch, and I'm told that it happens very often when I'm not there. But I've seen it myself too many times to ignore. We so very often have members of the community that just stop by and need to tell us how much they appreciate us, how thankful they are for us being who we are, and how sometimes even just our existence has a really positive effect on them. We had a very nice lady locally pull up, and she's been going through a rough time, had some struggles going on in her life with her job, with her vehicle, with a variety of things. She's just really feeling down, and she happened to drive by the Hoff, and our people waved at her. She was so moved, she felt the need to pull in and just tell us about herself and her day and what she's doing and what she's going through, and how much just having, nice people doing nice things and extending some kindness and waving to her changed her whole day, her whole outlook. And she left so very, very positive after a time that she was really struggling. And it's beautiful to see and be part of that. She says that, she doesn't know who we are, doesn't know who we're about, doesn't care. Every time she comes by and there's people there, it's family, and she needs that so much in her life. It's so beautiful to see that. And, nice people waving at her just made her day. And she sat there and must have talked to me and some of the others for, 15, 20 minutes about just how big of an impact it made on her and her day. And it was really nice to be part of that and see that. And it's not rare. That happens a lot there. Before we get, yay, one more time. Excellent. So we got sound effects now. Love that. Appreciate that. So those sound effects aren't just for fun, not just for nice. They are letting us know that Alcy Miller bought us 3 coffees. Thank you so much for that. That's a $15 donation to the Asatru Folk Assembly. G.W. Farnsworth, a stalwart giver on here, and we appreciate that. Got us 5 coffees. It's $25 towards the Asatru Folk Assembly. And we also have Jarrett Abbott bought us 5 coffees, $25 towards our Asatru Folk Assembly. If you want to do the buy us coffee thing, the instructions on that are in the description of this video. If you want to donate to any of the causes that we're working on, any of the things we're trying to raise money for, Nick can put that donate link up at runestone.org. You can donate and help us move those progress bars forward. But thank you guys so much. We appreciate it. We appreciate it a ton. So with that, what do I was probably say what we're doing this evening? I apologize about that. So Svan and I are going through the Þrymskviða today, and what do folks need? Oh, okay. I'm getting ahead of myself. I apologize. So folks who are unfamiliar with this, or if you are, just a reminder, the translation we're going through is the Bellows version. There's a link here to exactly what we're reading from. But as always, please feel free to use whatever translation you like, and we can kind of compare and contrast. And, perhaps they put something in an interesting way that will, add depth to what we're going over. While you guys are finding that or getting there, or whatever you need to do, Svan, is there any background folks need, or any preparation we need for tonight's poem? Cannot hear you, Svan.
Cracking open a can, and I didn't want to just disturb as you were talking. Yeah, this poem is amazing. This is one of the better ones. I think most folks who are familiar with the stories via a storytelling point, maybe not a poetic point, this is the kind of the famous or infamous Thor's wedding story about where he has to go and attain something. He has to go and attain his hammer, if you're familiar with it. And he gets put into a compromise.
Spoiler alerts.
Yeah, spoiler alerts.
we will go into all of the content of the poem.
He has to be put into a compromising position. I mean, most people I think are familiar. This one and Thor's trip to Jotunheim. Mm-hmm. These two really stand out, and they rightfully so. These are just great. They're great stories. This one is really, really good. And I would say too, if you're interested in learning Old Norse, this poem specifically stands out to me as one that is really good at allowing you to cross-translate between English and Old Norse and kind of get a good roadmap. But the name Thrymskviða is because it is the poem of Thrym, or the saying of Thrym, even though it's clearly about Lord Thor and his adventures in Jotunheim. it is, spoken about the Jotun that is kind of the focus of the story on the opposite side. So it's Thrym's poem, because again, if you named every poem after the gods, there are so many, it would create some filing errors. So you want to generally, they named the poems after the opponents, and that narrowed it down. But many opponent that Thor, meets. And if anyone's familiar with the MO of the Stormfather, it's going to be a bloody, brutal ending. So anytime he's involved, that's the general purpose of his understanding of his might. But I mean, outside of that, without any spoilers, this I'm trying to think, because we're doing this kind of off the top of our heads, right as we go. So, I mean, referencing to other stories is like very minimal, even though the last couple of poems have really referenced other stories. And you'll notice that some poems are built heavily on that and are often written in other books. This poem may not have been very well known, because there isn't a lot of referencing. And rightfully so. I think the subject is, I think that at this time, there is a kind of a perhaps a laughable moment towards the gods. And I'm not saying that our ancestors didn't have a good sense of humor about the gods being in predicaments or stories where they're quite funny. But I think it was lesser known, just lesser accepted, because of the strange and kind of predicament that Thor finds himself in. And I think that this is going into a larger point about our ancestors in the Nordic countries and their social mores. And it's another thing to consider. When the poems were being written down, the stories, we don't know how long they were around. Many of them, I think, go all the way back to the source of our people, because there's even references to certain things that happened, before the migration era. They've just changed names, but we don't know how long they've been around. And when things started to get written down, it was after the conversion of Christianity in Iceland, and there was this slow kind of demonization of the gods. And what you end up finding is a lot of people kind of flaring perhaps old stories with a new mindset of a lack of importance, a lack of piety within them. We see that too in Greece with the philosophers turning religious stories into dramas. So now, you read a story about, Zeus committing all kinds of strange acts. And a lot of that came about because they were in the era of the philosophers and the thespians and the people that were, writing these dramas were doing them in a sense of impiety. And they were doing it really to keep the audience, because if you do just something based off of religious vigor, they're not going to stay. So they turned into, questionable and raunchy kind of stories. And I think that was kind of a prelude to the end. So I'm not saying it was as bad in the Nordic lands, but it kind of has the same feeling. We already see it with, not so much with Snorri, but we do see it with Saxo Grammaticus, the Dane. He wrote about the gods as humans, and he kind of put them into compromising positions to show their nature was not only ungodly, but sometimes laughable. So bear that in mind. And I don't think that it's we just covered Locusana, and Locusana is really heavy with a lot of that. So this isn't so bad, but yeah, bearing that in mind. Let me see here.
So something to kind of note on it while we're doing this and while Svan's kind of finding his spot. I mentioned this a lot on here because I think it's important. These are stories, and in the course of both Eddas, like when we start going through, and as long as you guys are enjoying these, and even if you aren't, we may still continue to just go through as much of our lore as we can on here, because I think it's valuable and I think it's important to do. But when we're reading some of the heroic sagas, they're very much told as a history of happenings. What we run into in the Eddas is there's a mixture. There's a mixture of faithful retelling of myth. There's instructional pieces on how to do poetry right. There's pieces that are designed as comedies. And there's many things that are kind of halfway in between different genres on that. And so I will say with this, as with anything else, that certainly anything else that we go over here, don't allow the small details to take away from the macro truths. So when we obsess over like character continuity in story things, the tremendous benefit of this in the form that we have it is that when you take the little pieces that are clearly in the story as references that the audience is familiar with, the more of those callback things that they're familiar with that presuppose the audience understands, the more we talk about established common understandings amongst our ancestors, and those eventually harken back to, orthodox ways that our ancestors saw our gods. But keep that in mind. Like the point isn't the minor detail in the story. With most stories that are intended for oral transmission, there's a certain amount of poetic license here and there. But the truths that they talk about and the points of familiarity about our grand myths and our gods are very valuable. And when sometimes you miss the forest for the trees if you overly obsess on the story. The way these are brought to us in literary fashion and translated over the years, they're not the most amazing example of poetic writing ever in the history of the world. They are a tremendously rich source of lore about our gods in its most developed form that we have access to. And they're very valuable in that. And so keep that in mind when you're going through it. Keep an eye of discernment on it about the things that are important and the things that aren't. And there's a good bit of intentional comedy in this presentation that is comedic, and obviously so by anybody until about 8 years ago. So there you go. Ready to get cracking whenever Svan is. He is still being muted because Nick is trying to squash his ability to communicate with our folk here. Don't know why.
To be fair, I did not mute him.
No, it's me. It's me. I keep muting to make sure there's not a lot of noise coming through. Because I actually might even have like family running through the room behind me in just a moment. Yeah, it's comedic, and to anybody with half a brain would know that it's comedic and funny because of its abnormality. And I think that's kind of, like you said, in the last like 8 years, it's kind of been lost in folks. But there's also some underlying points that I find interesting in the story that harken back to other things. And that's, kind of there is Aryan myth cycle that is repeated, and you can see it in different groups. And then this one too has Nordic myth cycle that repeats within the stories consistently. But yeah.
All right. Well, begin whenever you are ready.
Yeah, I was going to say too, I just looked at the Bellows notes, and he wrote down that this poem is assumed its present form, most critics agree, somewhere around the year 900, which is 100 years before the conversion of Iceland. Iceland was converted in the year 1000. And then it was a process of removing the native faith and implementing the foreign faith. So, whether that took, 100 years to perhaps 200, I would say definitely about by the 100 mark, it was definitely the faith was practiced in secret, though there wasn't a lot of physical threat to being Asatru afterwards. All that we hold dear is only a generation away from being lost. Whether it's our liberty, whether it's our faith as being Asatru and all that we are building, and the reason why it's so important to ensure that your children carry on the faith is because in one generation it can be lost. So let's see here. All right. So it kind of starts off not with an introduction, but with a very quick, this is what's happening, this is the plot, go. And that this first page is what it's really about. But I will say it does have some really good heighty of Thor straight out the gate. So here in stanza number 1, it says, "Wild was Vingthor when he awoke, and when his mighty hammer he missed." Oh, excuse me. Sorry, guys, the background noise. Okay. "Wild was Vingthor when he awoke, and when his mighty hammer he missed, he shook his beard, his hair bristling, as the son of Jorth about him sought." So one of is Vingthor, the hurling or throwing Thor, the one who chucks or pitching, if you will. And when he awakes, he can't find his hammer. And again, there's a referencing to the fact that his beard is bristling. If you notice in some of the artwork, especially statuary from the Old Norse period, there's commonalities with the Stormfather. And one of them is the glaring eyes. The other one is, just a bristling beard and oftentimes gnashing teeth. So, again, too, this brings to point, he is the son of Jarth, which is our Austvanir, a goddess of the earth. So he is born of the earth, and his father is the sky, is Lord Odin. And he becomes that synthesis between the two of them. And it's worth just remembering too, like Jorth is not Frigg. Frigg is also born of Jorth. And if you try to conceptualize that and say, wait a minute, does that mean this or that? Or what? It's important to understand that the Lord Thor is born to the fruits of the earth as much as his father helped create him from the earth. And so I think a lot of people get caught up on that. And just like what Alzharagothi said, if you do try to, we need to genealogically map this out or what have you, it ends up losing a lot of the point and purpose. So he doesn't have his hammer, and he is about to go off. And he knows exactly who to target. So in stanza 2, he says, "Hear now the speech that first he spake. Hearken, Loki, and heed my words. Nowhere on earth is it known to man, nor in heaven above. Our hammer is stolen." And so he is immediately speaking to who he believes is the culprit, and it never quite specifies the stealing of it. It's just simply gone, and that's what I mean by goes right into the plot. The plot is the hammer is gone. Not exactly about who took it or who snuck in. Again, being under the watchful eye of Heimdallr. But the story is really about the power of the gods being grounded into the middle realm. The hammer has now moved from the heavenly realm into the middle realm. And I think that has more significance. And again, we're still establishing. So the Stormfather says, to the dwelling, in number 3, to the dwelling fair of Freya went they. Hear now the speech that first he spake. Wilt thou, Freya, thy feather dress lend me, that so my hammer I may seek? So really this is, even though Thor is speaking, this is going to end up being given to Loki. So Loki has now been tasked. So when you read it in some books, under the threat of bodily harm, Loki is tasked to go to the Holy Freya's hall. And this is one of those repeated Nordic cycles of using the powers that the Seidr power of Freya in order to step between worlds without having to, arduous crossing liminal spaces. It's much faster, and that is a continuing thing over and over again. Freya speaks in number 4. She says, "Thine should it be, though of silver bright, and I would give it, though 'twere gold." So she's saying, it would be yours if it was silver bright. I would give it to you if it was gold. Then Loki flew, and the feather dress whirred, till he left behind him the home of the gods, and reached at last the realm of the giants. So she's basically starting to set the severity. Mjolnir is the greatest weapon they have against the forces of chaos. It's the greatest weapon that the earth has against the forces of chaos. The Jotuns constantly inflow with resistance and pull out with dissipation. And the maintenance of our world, the very thing that keeps the fabric of our world together is the Storm Father and his keeping them at bay, in whatever form they may take. And you'll see some of the heighties of his name kind of referencing to that. We'll go a little bit more into that. So Freya says, I would give it to you. If it was silver, I would give it to you as gold. If it was gold, this is so important. Take this, Loki, which also lends towards her distrust of him. And he leaves behind heaven and descends into the middle realm, to the land of the giants. And Thrym, in number 5, sat on a mound. The giant's master, leashes of gold he laid for his dogs, and stroked and smoothed the manes of his steeds. So this might throw people off when it says the giant's master. And again, it's referring to he is a master, and he is a master of hounds, and he is a master of steeds. And they're emphasizing that, along with the fact that they're bound by leashes of gold. So the idea here is that Thrym is not, and the audience would instantly know, this is a lord of the Jotuns. He is not some thirster who chucks rocks, if you will. So he's standing on a hill outside his property. He's grooming the manes of his horses. He's he has his dogs on golden, leashes, and Loki arrives. And Thrym speaks to Loki. He says, "How fare the gods? How fare the elves? Why comest thou alone to the land, to the giants' land?" Loki speaks in return. "Ill fare the gods, ill fare the elves. Hast thou hidden Hlorridi's hammer?" So this little exchange is kind of funny because, and especially when I tell it in a story, is Thrym knows exactly why he's here. And it's more or less lent that Thrym was behind the stealing of the hammer. And some people have, again, looking into the details too much, have said, "Oh no, Loki didn't steal it. It was, it was Thrym because of this kind of exchange where Loki doesn't quite know." And I don't think the details of this matter so much as it is important to know that the land of resistance, dissipation, has taken the power that fights them in the middle realm and has brought it into its domain in order to kind of keep it locked or to perhaps destroy it. And the usage of the word Hlorridi's hammer. So the best way to describe this is that there is a couple of heighties about Lord Thor that end with Rithi or Rith or Raida. That means ride, rider, riding, and Hlo means loud or cacophonous. And it gets people confused because there's actually, if you add a J before the O, it's Hlior, and that means silence. So there, Hlor is the opposite. Hlior or Hlior is silence. And I think it causes a lot of confusion. Why would he be the silent rider? But you see this too, speaking about him as he is the perimeter guard of the middle world. And you see that with Einræði, which means the lone rider, that he is out on his chariot alone, wardening the edges of the earth and heaven. And Thrym speaks back after being asked, did you steal the hammer? Because the gods are upset and the elves are upset. And Thrym speaks, I have hidden Hlorridi's hammer 8 miles down, deep in the earth, and back again shall no man bring it, if Freya I win not to be my wife. So here again is another Nordic cycle in all of the tales, is the ransoming of an item in order to gain the holy Freya, the goddess of possession, the goddess of beauty, the goddess of rarity. And so the desire that the Jotnar have towards her is pretty consistently brought up throughout the stories. And again, I think it is very interesting that the measurements, this is not the only time, when the binding of Fenris, the rock Gjol is also buried in the ground. I don't recall if they said it was 8 miles or not. I'll have to look that up. But again, the idea of burying something in the ground to bind it, to protect it, and to hide it. So the terms are set, and not much more conversation needs to go on about that. In number 8, then Loki flew, and the feather dress word, till he left behind him the home of the giants. And I love the usage of that word, of the fluttering of the feather cloak or feather dress, as he kind of zips off, and reached at last the realm of the gods. There in the courtyard Thor he met. Hear now the speech that first he spake. So you'll notice that there's these things where the poet is basically saying they've come together, and this is what happens when they talk, or listen now. Like he's bringing the audience into these conversations amongst the gods and amongst the blood kin who becomes the kin slayer. And in number 9, he says, hast thou found tidings as well as trouble? Thy news in the air shalt thou utter now. Oft doth the sitter his story forget, and lies he speaks, who lays himself down. And this quote here, coming from Lord Thor, he says, do you have any news? Has there been any trouble or issues that have come from this, from you even looking? You should say it out loud and say it quickly, because if you sit too long, you'll forget your story, and then you'll fill the gaps with lies, is in essence what he's saying. So speak quickly, speak it now, before you sit too long and get a chance to fill in the gaps, if you will. And Loki speaks in 10. He says, trouble I have, and tidings as well. Thrym, king of the giants. It's very interesting on that one, denoting that height to him. Keeps thy hammer, and back again shall no man bring it, if Freya he wins not to be his wife. So this sets about a pretty basic, we have plot, we have drive, we've hit all the check marks for the story, but they do it so well, so cleanly, that it allows the rest of the poem to kind of play out. Let me see. We were on 10, so we're on 11 now. So in 11, Freya the fair, then went they to find. Hear now the speech that first he spake. So again, the poet is saying they go to her hall, and hear now what they said. And this is the Stormfather, Lord Four, is basically coming in and saying, well, you got to get your stuff together, put your bride veil on, grab your dowry, let's get you going. Like, there's no other options. You got to go. I need my hammer, which would, of course, piss off the Holy Freya to no end. So Freya the fair, then went they to find. Oh, yeah, sorry. Hear now the speech, the first he spake. Bind on, Freya, the bridal veil, for we too must haste to the giant's home. So, busting in the door and starting to, rip down drapes and I don't know, like drag boxes around. In 12, wrathful was Freya, and fiercely she snorted, and the dwelling great of the gods was shaken, and burst was the mighty Brising's necklace. So the Brisingamen, a source of her power, drawn from the four corners of the earth, or of the primordial earth. Really, Svartalfheim is not necessarily the earth, but the interactions between basic elements and basic energy and how they're comprised together. She draws from the four corners of this place and has the Brisingamen made, and it is the most desired item outside of Mjolnir. And she bursts it. And this is, again, a common thing that they often say, that she just gets so puffed up or just so angry that her necklace bursts off. And all of heaven is shaken. So, most lustful indeed should I look to all, if I journeyed with thee to the giant's home. So she's basically saying, what do you take me for, a harlot? Like, I'm not going there at all. And this is another important point, is the Holy Freya was not seen as some sort of loose woman. And I would argue quite the opposite, that her beauty was coveted because of the lack of access to her. And I kind of see this in modern times, where a lot of folks will say, I mean, there's like the common, I don't know if it's like, used to be a sticker, if you can't lay them, slay them, or what have you. And I really, super kind of impious and what have you. But again, the heart that it belongs to everyone belongs to no one. So I would argue, yes, that she's, and this is even worse because she's worried about her reputation. And she says, I'm not going there. And again, there's a point too where when she puts her foot down, the gods are left to deliberate other options. They don't force her. They now have to rethink the situation. 13. Then were the gods together met, and the goddesses came, and council held. And the far-famed ones a plan would find, how they might Hlorridi's hammer win. So another point of this is the reason why we speak about ascension and why we speak about fame. Those who can attain fame or notoriety, and build their bright fame in their life, is a huge part from this stanza. the gods meet together, the goddesses meet together, and the far famed ones, the ones that are known all around, who live in heaven amongst the gods, who are not, committed to the cycling of the soul might in order for the new souls on earth to continue on. And the gods are very, very invested in that, but there are folk who can gain the notoriety, gain the connection, are heroes, like Olver of Egvir, Alexander Rudd Mills. These people were deeply connected to the gods in ways that were extremely important, and their fame and their notoriety. And if they haven't been taken up into heaven, we speak well of them, we honor them in hopes that one day they will, because of the importance of their deeds. So, in 14, then Heimdall spake, the whitest of the gods. Like the wains, he knew the future well. Bind we on Thor the bridal veil. Let him bear the mighty Brising's necklace. A couple of things about this. A lot of folks have wondered if that usage of words means that Heimdall is not Vanir of origin, though most speak of him being born of the 9 waves of the world, and he knows the future. The idea is that in the reading of it is as of the Vanir, he knows the future well, and so he speaks with the idea of creating a pathway. He should fake being the Holy Freya. And of course, this would get an uproarious laugh in the audience, because the Stormfather is gigantic in his descriptions as a human. He's got a giant beard, he's got wild hair, and he looks nothing like a fair lady. So, and it's interesting that Heimdall is bringing up this point, and I believe that also has influence. It's not referencing another poem, but I believe that this poem has influence from another one, and we'll talk about that in a little bit. But he says, Thor, you need to put on the bridal veil, and you need to put on the Brisinga necklace, and you need to pretend to be Freya. And then he says, keys around him, let their rattle, and down to his knees hang a woman's dress, with gems full broad upon her breast, and a pretty cape to crown his head. Again, reemphasizing the laughter of this whole situation, but it is worth noting, one of the biggest things was, again, during our wedding ceremonies, keys are given to the bride. Now, she has not been married yet, but the idea is that it's not about, keys make you a married woman. No, keys mean that you own property, that you own, things that need to be locked up. So a woman that owns and keeps tabs of everything in the house needs keys to ensure the security of the valuable goods in the house. And it's clearly a sign of womanhood. The lashing of the key belts around the dress. And then another part of this is with gems from on the breast. The turtle brooches. Another, I can't remember the name of it, but there is another writing in which these Christians speak of the fact that heathen women wear brooches with gems across their chest, and that they're made of silver. Oh, actually, sorry, it's Ibn Fadlan's account of the Rus. He says that their women wear baskets made of either gold, silver, or copper based on the station of their husbands on their chests. And this is again referencing the turtle brooches and with the gemstones in between. And, again, placing a veil around his head. Now, we all know how that's going to go. 16. Then Thor the mighty his answer made. Me would the gods unmanly call if I let bind the bridal veil. I can't do that. My reputation is to uphold. She has a reputation. I have a reputation. If I, start dressing up like a woman, people are going to think I'm ridiculous. This is not what he's not wanting to do this. And of course, the Kinslayer kind of steps in to grease the wheels, if you will. And I'm sure the idea would simply be that Loki is loving this. 17. Then Loki spake, the son of Laufey. And that, of course, is referring to his mother, as he is born of Laufey the island, which means leafy. His father is Faurbauti, which means far biter, or one who hits the mark from afar, like an archer or something like that. And I've often pondered whether or not that was in reference perhaps to astrological effects of witnessing perhaps a comet hitting an island. I don't know. I kind of went off on that one there, but he says, be silent, Thor, and speak not thus. Else will the giants in Ausgarth dwell if thy hammer is brought not home to thee? So stop complaining. The gods will have no home to dwell in if you can't bring the very thing that you need to defend it. Then bound they on Thor the bridal veil, and next the mighty Brisingen's necklace. Keys around him, let they rattle, and down to his knees hung a woman's dress, with gems full broad upon his breast, and a pretty cap to crown his head. Then Loki spoke, the son of Laufey. As thy maidservant thither, I go with thee. We too shall haste to Giant's home. This is interesting because you can clearly see the heroics. The man, the warrior is like, no, I got a reputation. I can't be doing this. While simply Loki is like, I'll dress up too. Like he was looking for an excuse. And they both decide to go to Jotunheim. Oftentimes in some of the stories, you will see Heimdall being the one who kind of tricks Loki into dressing up as well. Like as he's taking enjoyment and watching Lord Thor squirm, he looks at Loki and says, well, every bride has a maid or a maid of honor, so you need to get dressed up too. But I mean, it's clear in the Eddas, Loki was just itching for a chance to be strange. So that's 20, and in 21, then home the goats to the hall were driven. They wrenched at the halters, swift were they to run. The mountains burst, the earth burned with fire, and Odin's son sought Jotunheim. So I like this one too because it's really interesting that generally one of the aspects that we see in Asatru is the connection between the middle worlds and the gods. Obviously, there's a huge connection with Lord Odin. He, being the dynamic tripartite within the tripartite, he and his brothers shape the earth. He and his brothers place breath and life within the new creation of the folk. But there is clearly a connection between the Stormfather, Lord Thor, and the earth. And as he moves, the mountains burst and the earth burns with fire. And there's clear connections with the movements of the gods being seen in natural phenomena. Again, like when he empties a horn, that's connected to the ocean and the levels of the ocean drop. So one of the many aspects that our holy gods have is that they have an influxed connection to the material. And I'm not saying all of them. It doesn't seem to play out that way. It seems to be, again, those who are deeply woven into the law of the earth have great effect over it. And moving down from heaven and into the middle realm. And remember, it's worth noting that Jotunheim and Vanaheim are not like separate from Midgard. They are deeply connected. They're only a river away, if you will. If you think about it in a mythological sense, there's like a liminal space between the two, and they're intimate towards each other. So, and I always found it funny too, because it's just this super awesome telling of Lord Thor just like riding forward and the mountains are burst, but
it's beautifully poetic in its imagery.
Yeah.
One of the things kind of conceptually here that I think is worth commenting on as far as, I don't know, cosmological spacing and the concept of, I mean, this is to a degree the concept of inner yard and outer yard writ large. So as we've seen with a number of our gods and kind of our relationship to nature, and it's harder to wrap our heads around. I can go to Google Earth and I can look instantly at just about any place on the planet and get a pretty detailed, who's driving what, where, does somebody in, I don't know, Nigeria have a stack of tires in their backyard? So, in many ways, kind of conceptually, we may look to space or to something else that's far more unknown. To our ancestors, the world and their existence was like the known and useful part of the world versus the great beyond that's scary. And I think that existed. I mean, shoot, it's exciting to read about stuff in around the turn of the century or the late 1800s, where there were still areas of the world that were completely undiscovered. And, one of the refrains that you hear, one of the, okay, all right, kids. So back in my day, any day previous to my day, it was spoken of very frequently, like the idea of Columbus discovering America and Captain Cook discovering what he's discovered: Australia, he discovered Alaska, he discovered Hawaii. You have this age of exploration where it counted as discovered when a white guy discovered it. And that's how we looked at the world and existence. There's ours that are within the known understanding of our race, of our folk, and then that which we have no knowledge of, that maybe you get tales from travelers about and fantastical things. And traveling outside of your known area was an adventure and a risk of danger in and of itself. And that was very much, it's fundamental to the mindset of our folk and to the bearing of our faith on how we approach others, how we approach exploration, how we approach conquest, how we approach nature, and also how we approach other, others that we encounter, other living things in the world, and perhaps out in the great beyond, in the void of space. There's ours, and it extends as far as we have outposts and we have stuff to represent us and to bring it into our context. We live in a very multicultural existence in the West today, so it poses questions in terms that don't make sense to us fundamentally. And I think that's why sometimes on this program, when we get asked questions, and they're very good questions, but about like how our gods and their powers of creation relate to, some other race of people in some distant and foreign land. The question in and of itself is an irrelevancy to our faith and our ancestors, because the sole relevancy is us, and in an us lens and an us context. So we see the entire rest of existence through the concept of us, and is it favorable to us? Is it in opposition to us? Are there things about it that we enjoy and that are beneficial to us? Are there things about it that are deleterious? I don't know if that's a word. If not, I declare it one by Ulterior Gothic writ. But yeah, like, is it good for us or not? Is this foreign thing, is it cool? Do we like it? Or does it erode at some of our core values? Does it make us less? Is this new foreign technology, is this going to make us more effective at the things we value? Or is it going to take us away from the things that we place value in? Other groups of people, are they friendly towards us? Are they offering us fair trade and good things on fair terms? Or do they pose a threat to us? Are they a competition with us for resources or for other things? It's always that lens of us and our gods, and any relation to other only affects when there's an interchange between us and them, between us and it, if it's nature. Nature can do nature stuff and be on its own out in the great wilderness. And that's personified and exemplified really well in our lore of going off to the east, or going, across the sea, or going into the wilds, into the mountains. It's going beyond the things that we know and have use for and have established a place within our understanding, within our world, and it's going out into the other world. And that extends far beyond the practice of Asatru. When Asatru was abandoned and our people betrayed the gods and moved away from them, our fundamental concept of us and not us is evident in our culture up until, very, very recently. So we talk about like when we discovered America. We absolutely discovered America. It's silly to say something otherwise, and it's also silly to find us talking about discovering America to be offensive or in opposition to Indian tribes already living here. No, they wouldn't describe it as when we discovered America. Of course not. We are using the term we to describe when we discovered America. The view is inherently ethnocentric, and that's beautiful and something that would not have seemed offensive or contradictory until very, very recently because of I don't know, strange social dynamics of the current world we find ourselves in. And my commentary has greatly offended Svan, and known champion of First Nations peoples. Svan has fled from my commentary.
No idea he's the wrestler.
No, he has returned.
A great hero of the first. I got 1%.
But no, I like that's very much what I'm saying. It's absurd. If you looked at history, we're talking in Western countries that our folk built and established and civilized and constructed. If you were to find yourself in China and they talked about discoveries, when they discovered, Arabic people, when they discovered island peoples in that part of the South Pacific, when they discovered the Japanese for that matter, they would put it in those terms. When the people, meaning Chinese people, discovered these foreign lands and these foreign creatures and these foreign people, perhaps. But it was always told through a folkish lens. And the concept of that folkishness extends, is whoever you are can do that anytime your group, your tribe, your nation, your empire, your galactic empire, if that's the case, discovers something different and outside of their knowledge, they're going to write from their perspective. The concept of having some kind of unified, multicultural, United Nations, one world perspective conceptually made no sense to our ancestors or any other group of people's ancestors until relatively recently. That wasn't part of the discussion. I speak over long on it, but what I think the important part of it is to understand the us and them, or ours, and this idea of the other, and it being the unknown, being a place of adventure and a place where your rules don't apply, and now you're at the mercy of things that are beyond the powers of your society that you have to deal with in a much more heroic way that's outside the customs of your people. That's a challenge. And you find that certainly when our gods travel beyond the realm of men. But you see it very much when our heroes do the same, when they go on a great journey beyond the known into the unknown. Them crossing that threshold is in and of itself heroic. And I'm not nearly as big of a Tolkien fan as most, or as quite a bit of our people are. But I think that's one of the major themes there, is leaving the Shire and going out into this great big unknown world, and then coming back with that knowledge of the unknown, of the edges of things. You've gleamed the cube, as it were. That's all I got. I was quiet most of the show. I saved it all up for one overlong extrapolation there.
I would definitely say too, I'd be pretty upset. You know, you think about the Polynesians, the ones that you know, there were people before them that hit those islands, but some of the larger groups like the Maori, and you know, they come in, they discover these islands, they fight the locals, absorb or kill, or you know, human history, and then they keep pushing on over these islands. Or the you know the I guess Asiatic folks that came over the land bridge, discovering this, you know, new place, but they always just use the word migrate. They migrated, and it just kind of takes the, you know, the depth. It's like they wandered into. It's like, you know, the crossing oceans, crossing land bridges. These are huge deals, and to say they just simply, you know, they kind of walked into the place is ridiculous. Yeah, and I also, one of the big tellings of theosophical study amongst people that were looking at the gods and the texts of our gods were trying to figure out how the gods worked within our ancestors' worldview. And one of them was, of course, clearly the connection between them and natural occurrences, which I think is one of those big steps that Christians kind of de-evolve. I mean, if you read old stuff, Old Testament, old, you know, yeah, it's connected thunder, lightning, and storms. But outside of that, it's pretty much just nature. And then you add science on top of that. So they have a great disconnection. I mean, I think also, too, God doesn't have these connections. But our gods are seen through. To be able to walk in a thunderstorm and feel that presence, see Thor, you know, stratifying his power in the physical world is something that moves me. And I you know, I wonder just like how lame it must be to not have that. Anyways. Why did I lose it? Oh, okay. So let's see. We are
Stanza
on 22.
Yes,
22. Yep. And this is kind of again the sight of Thrym. Then loud spake Thrym, the giants' leader. Bestir, ye giants, put straw on the benches. Now Freya they bring to me my bride, the daughter of Njord out of Njoten. So he rouses the Jotuns up. He tells them to throw straw on the benches because straw was utilized to absorb things. And it, you know, created like a cushion on the seats and on the floor to kind of make things easier to clean up. And I like how the usage of the daughter of Njord, the Holy Freya, out of Njoten. And, you know, some people, it makes me think about when some people find like a little bit of lore and they're like, well, you know, Freya comes from Njoten, because it says in this, you know, verse here, as he refers to her or what have you, the poetic sense of Njoten is Njord, and his daughter comes from her, much like Valhall is of Odin. All of the halls are of them, and she springs forth from him. And now they begin to start the festivities. In 23, gold horned cattle go to my stables, jet black oxen, the giant's joy, many my gems and many my jewels. Freya alone did I lack, methinks. So he's saying, I have golden horned ox. I've got gems. I have gold. The only thing lacking in my possession, and again, that's why I bring it up over and over again, that the Holy Freya, her power comes not like the mistake is that people say she's the Norse goddess of love. No, Sjöven is the Norse goddess of love. Freya is the Norse goddess of possession and many other things. The drive for beauty, the drive for that which is not accessible. When we see beautiful art and we must have it, that is her. That is her power. And it can be dark at the same time. You know, again, speaking of her power and her abilities to, you know, drive fanaticism and things of that nature.
So, and I think it's important to put this out there too. It's easy in the world that we are currently in to feel the need to always represent one extreme end of a pendulum. One thing that's we live in a time where acceptable culture, or what's in vogue now in the West, is degeneracy and extreme, like, excess when it comes to indulgence in a lot of things that our parents and grandparents would have found grossly inappropriate or very out of line in the way that we're doing them. And as an act of rebellion, so much of society is, no, let's just wallow in filth. So then as a counter reaction, we have a lot of people that perhaps want to get super puritanical to show how not like the rest of the devolved world they are. And I think the inclination is very good. But what I do think we need to, not be pearl clutching, first, we shouldn't be that naive and hold everybody to unnatural standards. And secondly, we shouldn't be hypocritical and pretend that we don't have natural urges that people have. I think there's a lot to be said for Freya being a goddess of lust in a lot of ways, and obviously in an overtly sexual way. But just because that element is present doesn't mean that element has to be all encompassing. We're going to read this about Thor in, just 4 weeks from now, likely. Yes, Thor is about brute strength and cutting the Gordian knot with, the quickest way to do it, and, direct crushing violence when it's done in defense of gods and folk and things. That doesn't mean he's also not wise and cunning and smart and capable of all these other things. Yes, there's absolutely a sexual element to Freya, and it's right for us, certainly as men, to have things that we lust after and we want to possess and we want to own and to have. That drives us to many of the greatest achievements of our folk. But that doesn't always need to be portrayed in the most crass of ways. As we've seen earlier in this poem, just because someone is the object of lust doesn't mean they're someone who just passes out loose sexuality to all comers. So it's important to recognize the truths of these things and take those truths that we all know to be true and find ways to apply them that are noble and that are reasonable things to do. And also, I think this is the case with all of our gods, but it's worth reiterating as many times as I need to, or as many times as I think to. Our gods are vast. To limit them to one thing or one expression of a primitive human emotion is disrespectful in and of itself. There are things that they highly exemplify, or that are particularly of value to them, or that they are the penultimate expression of. But that doesn't mean that they lack the other things, or that they're not capable of many of those things. Just as, as Freya is an object of desire, she's also very much instructive in save practice, and a witch of such great renown and prowess that the Allfather himself wants to learn her arts, and have a knowledge exchange with her on magical best practices. There's a lot of elements, and I think we tend to fixate because it's easier and we like patterns. And I don't know, the last 200 years of Western academic tradition has got us to where we plug things in slots, and then we call it good because we've established these slots of where things need to be, and we treat persons as things more often than not. And we've talked about that quite a bit, but it's important to kind of reemphasize and harken back to it so we realize when it's in play.
There, a point here when I said about how if you're interested in Old Norse and learning it, this poem really sticks out. Like, for instance, with stanza 23. Now, you'll learn, too, that translation stuff kind of gets interesting. Because in here, Bello says, gold-horned cattle, go to my stables. In the Old Norse, it says, ganga heir at gardi. So, ganga, if anybody's familiar with the word, or the name Wolfgang, gang or a gangplank is a walk plank, or Wolfgang means to walk like a wolf. So ganga means to go. And he says, go to the stable. And then he goes to list off these things. What he's basically saying is, you could walk into my garage and you'll see all these cars. You walk into my house, you'll see all this beautiful stuff. That's what he's, in essence, saying. The translation has to stick to kind of more of the words, less of the meaning. But the ultimate poetic or story version of that is that's how it's being played out. You can walk into my house or walk into my barn and you will see gold horned cows. And that's what's used here. It says, Gul hern der kier. And kier is the plural of cows. Oxen, all svarter. Oxen, all black. Like Black Angus, if you will. Jotni out gamni. It's the joy of any Jotun. So if you read some of this, you can see a lot of the golden horned cow, the oxen, all svartir, all black. Jotni and gamni, meaning joy. You can really, it's easy to kind of start picking up words with this poem in specifics. But again, the meaning. You could walk into my house at any time and see all the stuff I have. But the one thing I'm missing is an Ausenir. The Ausenir. Freya. And 24, it says, early it was to evening come, and forth was born the beer for the giants. Thor alone ate an ox and ate salmon. All the dainties as well. There was set for the women, and drank Sif's mate 3 tuns of beer, of mead. So the usage of the word dainties comes from the word krausir. Krausir is not specified. It says dainty, like dainty things, but the meaning behind that is it hors d'oeuvres? Is it delicate meals for the women that they preferred, or the desserts or what have you? But again, it's the idea is that he's eating an ox, he's eating salmon, and now he's moved on to just like eating the little things because he just can't. He's so voracious, and of course, being stuck in this position. So when you read the stories, or when I tell the story, I always talk about how there's just this the pent up nervousness. And it's worth noting that there's a reason why it has to be maintained. The feast that's going on for the marriage between Thrym and Freya, there's a point in which culturally everyone in the audience would understand there's going to come this moment where the couple is going to be blessed. So that's what they're waiting for. And that's why there's this kind of buildup. And again, a comedic buildup, because you could just see, the massive like bride eating all this food. And then and drinking massive amounts of mead. In 25, then loud spake Thrym, the giant's leader, whoever saw a bride more keenly bite? I never saw a bride with a broader bite, nor a maiden who drank more mead than this. So keenly, of course, just meaning voraciously, and broader meaning just being able to kind of, shove massive amounts of food in and drink that much mead. And this is where it kind of gets a little funny with the justifications. So in 26, hard by there sat the serving maid wise, who well she answered the giant's words. From food has Freya 8 nights fasted, so hot was her longing for Jotunheim. So generally, this is clearly the serving maid, or the maid of honor, is referencing Loki, and he is speaking, and he tries to kind of run interference. And the number 8 presenting to the idea that the 9th night is here, where everything is fulfilled. But he's saying, oh, she hasn't eaten since she found out she was going to be your bride, and she was so nervous. And so he's just running interference on this one. And then Thrym in 27 looked beneath the veil, for he longed to kiss, but back he leapt the length of the hall. Why are you so fearful? The eyes of Freya, fire methinks, from her eyes burnt forth. So he peeks up the veil. Perhaps there is an under veil over the nose and mouth, but the eye veil goes up, and the blazing eyes of the Stormfather, streak out, and he jumps. And I love the fact they say like he jumps the length of the hall. And in 28, again,
before we go there, I think this is a really, I don't know, something I always thought was cool that I don't think is, I don't know, talked about enough or well enough known by folks, is that very standout element of Thor is the like flashing, like when someone looks into Thor's eyes and he's in a rage. That's mentioned a number of times in our lore, that's like this terrifying gaze that has this, of Thor's many powers, that is a big part of it, is his like crazy flashing eyes of rage when he's upset. And I think we see it a number of times. I mean, the one that comes to mind the most is when Thjalfi breaks one of his goat's leg bones and eats the marrow because he's not paying attention, and like the terror stricken upon mortals by like, you know, a glimpse into Thor's eyes, and in the poetic like telling of this absurd story of this wedding feast, you know, guy goes in to steal a kiss from his prospective bride and like is greeted by the most terrifying gaze that strikes fear in the hearts of gods and men alike. It just adds to the over the top juxtaposition that makes this a comedy.
Yeah, and I think too in the statuary, it's always very much emphasized with Lord Thor. The kind of the round eyes is that flashing stare. So in 28, hard by there sat the serving maid wise. So well she answered the giant's words. No sleep has Freya for 8 nights found. So hot was her longing for Jotunheim. She hasn't slept because she's just been worrying about, you know, coming here and being married and, you know, being embraced in your strong arms. So then in 29, soon came the giant's luckless sister, who feared not to ask the bridal fee. From thy hands the rings of red gold take, if thou wouldst win my willing love, and welcome glad. So here is an interesting like part of this. The bride's gift. Generally, there was dowry, and there was that which the bride brought with her, and then there was that which was given to her or given to her family. And in this case, you know, a lot of people would think like, oh, a bride fee is given to the father because, you know, women were purchased or something like that. No, in reality, the bride fee is that when a woman leaves a household, she leaves a huge gap in production, survivability. And the idea was that you as a husband were to pay that family money to compensate the loss of the survivability. It would help them because losing a member of their household, and men too, but women especially, losing that is detrimental. So gaining something to fill that in.
You know, Weregild is the same thing though, and it's just expressed in a different way. One thing that is fundamental, and we talk about this from time to time on this program too, is the idea of justice to our in our faith. The idea of justice is rebalancing the scales. We talk about it a lot in, I don't know, it used to be more common than it is now, but the idea of paying one's debt to society. Languishing in prison doesn't pay a debt to anything. What was fundamental to our ancestors was compensation for value. So a huge concept that we understand and that they understood was the idea of worth. Worth has been devolved down to us as like a nebulous concept of, you know, how cool of a guy I think Svan is. It had those elements to it, but it had a lot more tangible value as well. That's if there is a case of someone slew a member of your family, that's one less guy to stand in the shield wall when stuff goes down. That's one less guy to bring in the harvest. That's one less guy to help tend the flocks. That's one less set of hands to protect and watch after the farmstead, or watch after the children, or to man the boat, or to do any of these things. There's a tangible value in the loss of manpower by one of yours being lost. On top of that, there's a reputation loss. There's a loss of tangible things that you can equate to something. And in an attempt to make it right, you can try to rebalance it with something of an equivalent value. If you were taking someone's daughter, who is a valuable part of his family and a valuable part of his clan, their personal farm economy, you know, if it's a lord, the administration of his servants, of his thralls, of whatever that was, a vital member of his household is being taken from him, and compensating that for that gap has a value. So we see it in, you know, in a happy occasion with the marriage, and in a more negative occasion with the idea of weregild. But it's the same idea of balancing scales, and that that's fundamental when we examine other situations and how to handle, you know, discrepancies in value, where somebody has taken something or added something. It goes into our understanding of the gift cycle in a way as well. So it's kind of a fundamental concept to just put a pin in and remember as we go through other parts of our lore.
I think too, one thing, the luckless sister who feared not to ask, that's an interesting point too, about the kind of, I guess, maybe social mores as to whether or not that is to be asked in a certain way at a certain time. And it's just like, no. If you want to win my love, you know, pay it up. And it's kind of funny there. But this next stanza brings up some great points. In 30, then loud spake Thrym, the giant's leader, bring in the hammer to hallow the bride. On the maiden's knees let Mjolnir lie, that us both the band of Vor, and I'm just saying that because that's the way it's written, but we'll talk about that in a second, may bless. So another great point that people need to get about our stories is, why would they conduct a wedding like this? This is a human wedding. This is clearly not a wedding of, it's like, how could they bless the brides of any Jotuns if they've never had the hammer until this moment? What it is that our mythos really does have a lot of parts to it, and it holds certain things that carry on to today. And it's because of this that we have our blessing of the bride and groom with the hammer, the invoking of Vaura or Vaur at the altar, and then placing the hammer in the bride's lap during the feast. These things are brought about because the stories kept them, and it made them relatable. Everyone would understand what this meant. So when Thrym says, bring out the hammer, we're going to place it in her lap, and it, to call the blessing of Thor, why would they have to do that if they're the Jotuns? But again, that's not the point. The point is, this is about how the audience and humans would make it relatable. And then the other is specifically calling upon the dominion. And if you look over in 30 in the Old Norse, it's Vaurar, V-A with a dash, R-A-R. That dash is an owl sound. So vow, like a vow, like a wedding vow. She is the Asanya of weddings, and she binds the oaths between lovers into marriage, and they call upon her. The only difference is, I think, that they're not standing up or at an altar or what have you. This is just simply at the feasting table.
But one thing I think is important to notice, and this is kind of, and Svan's pointed this out in a couple other pieces that we've done too. One of the ways that to separate, because I think that when I say some of the Epic poems are like faithful retellings of myth in a upfront, like this is relating a divine tale stories versus this is a fun play for the audience stories. Matt, you're just picking the ones you like and saying those are the real ones. The other ones are just the poetic exercises. Not so, but you got to look for these little hints and these little pieces. And like Svan just pointed out, it was meant to be funny and for you to understand. And the human custom of weddings is you invoked another point to the multidimensionality of our gods. Thor doesn't just destroy and, is not just slayer of giants and champion of Asgard. He also sanctifies, and the idea of his hammer blessing the womb of a new bride to ensure fertility and to convey blessing is really important. That's just how you do a wedding. So you do wedding stuff in your wedding scene for your wedding part of your play on what you're doing. To us that are viewing it in this very specific context and trying to mine it for lore value, you see the absurdity of Thor sitting there and, the bride's womb needs to be blessed by his hammer. It's absurd. They would have just called Thor to officiate their wedding if that were, the case in the setting of this. If it were a retelling of lore, that would make sense. Instead, they're having a human wedding with this symbol of Thor to do this. But that's, those are the kind of things you pick up on as what light to view the story in. Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, so let me see. Yes, so in 31, the heart in the breast of Hlorrithi laughed. When the hard-souled one his hammer beheld. First Thrym, the king of the giants, he killed. Then all the folk of the giants he felled. So I love this part. In his heart, he started to laugh because as soon as the hammer was placed in his lap, and I always, tell the story as if, once he grabs the hammer and the lightning kind of like burns the bridal dress away, and everyone starts scrambling over the tables and trying to get back because they suddenly realize, as the veil burns and it's Thor, not Freya. And the first thing he does is he turns around and he, bashes Thrym's face in with the hammer. And then he, again, hard-souled one, the one who has, in the word is used is harth hugader, which is hugar, a part of the soul. It's his, he just, I love the fact that they refer to him as the hard-souled one. He's a warrior and a killer of his enemies. So he just laughs when he gets his chance. Now his time has come, and he violently fells everyone in the hall.
So we have very little left, and I want to have Svan go ahead and cap this off. But this is always just very much reminds me of the moment that Odin reveals himself when he's between the two flames and he's being treated as this like ill-intentioned beggar, and his true identity starts to shine through. All that moment of realization where the disguise melts away and you're in the presence of an Aus in full might and glory. In both cases, in full vengeful rage. And it's a really powerful and really cool scene. And that, as a matter of fact, is the image used for, the advertisement of the show. Carry on.
Oh, no, and this next made me realize something. So there was one problem, and I spoke about it. There is the compensation for the bride. There is also when the bride brings money, especially to compensate for the feast and for the wedding itself, that was also pretty much expected to be from the male's side of the family. The male was supposed to provide the feast and provide the place, and that the bride was supposed to give a small amount of money from her side of the family to the groom in order to help compensate for the celebration. And that's what this one is about. I sorry I got it mixed up. And I was also reading here too, because in the speaking of 28 and this one, hard by there sat the serving maiden wise, is that down in the notes it talks about that the serving maid, the usage of the word wise, or the usage of the word old, and then here it connects to the word old again. So, and this is savage, like the way it's written. In 32, the giant sister old he slew, who had begged for the bridal fee, a stroke she got in the shilling's stead. So instead, so she got crushed in the face instead of getting the gold she greedily, asked for. And for many rings, the might of the hammer. And so his hammer got Odin's son. And that's it. It just it comes to a roarous end. It's awesome. I love telling this story.
The literal and the figurative sense.
Yes. I love telling this story. This is one of my favorite stories to tell to the kids when we do story time. Just describing, lightning bolts cracking the pillars of the house, as lighting things on fire, and people are screaming and jumping out of the windows and etc. And and then he comes back out, and Loki's kind of backing up in the mud as he just walks out, and he's like, remember, no one steals my hammer. And then he just keeps walking. This poem is really, really cool. It's one of my favorites. The way it's written, the way it translates, and that just even that last line, instead of getting a coin, she got a hammer strike, is really good. But yeah, outside of that, I mean, and just its abrupt end though is kind of the only thing I wish there was a little bit of an outro, but there isn't. And it reading up in the intro here for Bellows, and this is something that I found interesting, is in here in the notes they were speaking of that this poem was suspected to be from the 900s. But I was also reading somewhere about the speculation on the storyteller, and I think I might have been mistaken by that. I was going to speak of the fact that Snorri had listed the Ásynjur, the goddesses, and there is generally like little known, but that this storyteller, this poet, also referenced her as well, especially connected to weddings. But I can't. Maybe it was somewhere else I was reading. The poet, the storyteller that brought or made this story renowned, so that Snorri could write it down, in referencing to Vor. There's another thing too that doesn't go on in the story, but you will see it in other stories. Is again, I mentioned when Heimdall says to Loki in a lot of the stories, he says, you're going to dress up as the bridesmaid to kind of get one back at him. And that clearly doesn't happen. But I know where the people rewriting the poems get that from. And that is because there's a long-standing rivalry, and it is already spoken of the fact that Heimdall will face against Loki in the end, in Ragnarok. And that really comes, if anybody's interested, is looking up in the poem is called Husdrapa, Husdrapa. That story has references to, again, Thor's fishing trip, and it also has Baldur's drama, and it also has an unknown story that a lot of people don't realize, and it's the fight between Heimdall and Loki. And that's a really cool one, because Loki steals...
Quit giving away spoilers.
I'm trying to entice.
All right, guys. Appreciate that. Appreciate you guys going with us on that journey. We will have Svan back in 2 weeks' time, and we will go through the Þrymskviða. In the meantime, did get a couple of questions I want to go ahead and address for y'all. Next week's episode is going to be the final for a while in our series of Hoff district leadership folks. So Njordshof district will be represented 1 week from today with many of their fine luminaries on here to tell you a little bit about Njordshof itself and the district that it heads up. That said, couple few things. First, Heathen Hammer. Are there any updates on the new AFA bloat book? Sure, in the fact that there are currently not plans to put out a AFA bloat book as such. There are plans to put out more AFA materials in reference to ritual, certainly, in reference to various spiritual topics. There are a number of things we're working on. Matter of fact, something that I want to talk to Witan Svan perhaps tonight after this broadcast about. But as far as a book of bloats, that's not something currently in our plan. Trent, Gothi Trent East. Witan Svan. Excuse me. Witan Svan, can you elaborate on why you call the Valknut the binding knot?
Oh, wow. He's pulling that from our social media on the other side of the internet. Yeah, well, one of the I've seen articles where people have written, we don't know the meaning of the Valknot, and it could have perhaps no meaning at all. But the substantiation of lore built around it by the predecessors or the foundations of Asatru, Founder McNallen and the folks around there, I think have lent a great deal of thought. And this has built that understanding. I think that symbols have the ability to take meaning even if perhaps we don't know exactly why they were written in older times. But the Valknot is a knot. And the idea of a knot being a binding, to being something that ties itself. The symbol there alone, I clearly associate with more than just that. That it is the tripartite that is Lord Odin. It is Odin, Vili, and Ve. It is more than simply that, but to wear the Valknot is the symbol of binding Lord Odin, or not binding Lord Odin, correction, sorry, binding oneself to Lord Odin through your faith, through your devotion. And a lot of folks have always kind of said, when you do that, do it with great caution because you could end up, in the machinations of Lord Odin, and those sometimes don't always, pan out well for the person or what have you. And that again comes from, the folly of many a hero have thought that they were going to walk into victory, and Lord Odin had his own plans. The biggest thing is it binds you to Lord Odin. All of the artwork that's associated with it is that it's done over a sacrifice. It's done over warriors traveling over the boat, possibly being a reference to death, and also over Lord Odin himself riding Sleipnir. So those three things being kind of connected with this imagery has led, obviously, the symbol to being connected to Lord Odin. But then the expounded thought as Foundation came and Asatru started to establish itself was that knot binds you to Lord Odin. It's a sign of devotion. I think it's important that we look at the symbols this way, and I hate people that try to come in and say, well, actually, we don't know these symbols. Symbols become or have their own power. It had, a person seeing a symbol in our ancestral times may have had a different understanding of it, but it was still a meaning of a symbol in their time. They may not have heard the story or read the internet article that explained what it meant, but to them it had meaning. It's still the same here. And I think that's the beauty of symbols, the fluidity of their meanings. And everyone's so hard to try to say, oh no, this symbol means just this all the time, without any consideration towards the folk and the people that perceive it and how it works within their culture. We look at the swastika and, we see the meaning with Asians or with Native Americans or with the Germanic folk. It has a lot of different meanings and people try to pigeonhole it. So that's what I meant. It binds you to Lord Odin. It's your devotion. It's your faith and your willingness to be utilized in the overall determinations of Lord Odin, staving off Ragnarok and what have you. That's the simplest one I could say. I don't know if you have anything on that, Asatru, about kind of just the speculations and people putting out things where they're like, oh, the runes don't have meaning and the Valknot doesn't have meaning and nothing. They just kind of dissolve and resist the overall flow of a lot of things.
Yeah, people are silly. This is kind of so we go back to the theme of directionality. The Valknot is a thing. Like, we see it, it exists, it's on stuff. Your ignorance to its meaning doesn't justify pretending it doesn't have meaning. And when I say your ignorance, I don't mean, whoever's saying this nonsense. I mean any of us. It's foolish, and it's arrogance to look at ancient symbols that you don't know what they meant and pretend they meant nothing. And it's also laziness and an abdication of your Aryan birthright for you not to delve into what those meanings are. Well, guess we can't be sure. Who's to say?
Right.
Well, cool. Svan and I are to say. And anybody who wants to take a serious, lifelong pursuit of our gods and our faith, their thoughts are welcome on it. But who's to say the person who wants to step out and take up their birthright and live as noble Aryan men and women, choosing not to make a decision on anything because you'll never have that perfect answer, is silly. Is our modern understanding of the Valknot the same as it was to, Olaf the Viking from, Vestafjord way back when? Probably not. Is our associating it with Odin something that, Sven the Viking in a cave in Smaland might think? Absolutely. We, especially on this topic, have been poisoned by academic try not to be crass and figure out the best word for academic self-satisfaction, to the point where we want to squabble over in some cases, 20%, in some cases 2 or 3% of something that we aren't sure about, rather than the worst case scenario, 80% we are sure about, or in often cases, 97% that we are sure about. But it's more fun to pick apart some little obscure thing and cause contention over it, because then you're innovative. What good are you as an academic if you repeat what everybody says for forever? Never mind that it's objectively true, but it's cool, and you can have your own little theory and your own little book or your own little whatever. If you come up with some crazy unorthodox nonsense, and if you don't really believe in the gods, then cool, what does it matter? You come up with your whole new thing and you're awesome. But if you do believe in the gods, then it matters tremendously. And I don't always think it's done dishonestly. I think very often we delude ourselves into, just claiming that we believe without acting piously. And I think that's the difference, and it's done here in a dramatic reveal context in the story we read tonight, or in the story about Odin. But the moment of the reveal, to where you saw something you thought was how it was, and then disguise comes off, and before you is the divine thunderer, your whole world changes, and how you approach these questions changes. When you're talking to the homeless dude that you're torturing and, being a jerk to because you got wind, maybe he's a spy about something. When all of a sudden he stands tall and doesn't care about your torture and your burning, and he is the father of the Aryan race, and he is the All-Father in his glory. Nothing looks the same after that. The act of seriously interacting in your faith, and the moment when, if you are fortunate enough that the divine interacts back is transformative. I get frustrated at pettiness, but I also feel bad for folks that have orbited this for so much of their life without ever, they've danced around it and got close, but they've never sipped from the horn. Once you do, your eyes are open and life's not the same again. I suppose that is a poetic answer to not a poetic question, but it flows into some other things that I see in the queue over here that I think are meaningful. So what's our next?
I just saw a question here about is it not called Hrungnir's heart? No, it is not called Hrungnir's heart. Hrungnir's heart is described as having it's made of stone and spiky with 3 points. This doesn't actually reference to anything as far as in relation to the carvings themselves. And it doesn't explain how the interlocking triangles, oftentimes depicted as being, thin interlocking bands in relation to that. I was looking up here. There was a professor of Icelandic, Old Icelandic, and he was saying that in Skald Skarpismal, Hrungnir had a heart that is renowned, made of solid stone, spiky with 3 points, just like the symbol of the carving called Hrungnir's heart has ever since been made. And he's making this proclamation based off the idea that the heart of stone being mentioned is pointy. And I think that the jump is still too distant. Not only that, the story of Hrungnir and Thor are pretty clear, straightforward. So the stones that present the symbol, the Valknot, have no correlation to any of that. So unless there is an entirely separated meaning from it, I would argue that they actually don't connect. That the coincidence is in the spikiness and shape, and that being, of course, kind of lending more towards the deviancy of his naturalness. I mean, yes, it is spiky, but the interlocking factor and the rest of the pictures that it is associated with, being next to ravens, being above a sacrificial rite, I think has a lot more, to be associated with it. I don't know.
All right. So, random question from the Wolf Throne. Welcome back, Wolf Throne. What are your thoughts on the carnivore diet? People who try it swear it works. That it works wonders for fat loss and overall health. No, the guy that started it has recanted recently and no, that's terrible. It destroyed my life. I don't think that fad diets are the way to go in general. I think that if you have a health thing to where maybe you're diabetic and you can't eat a lot of carbohydrates, then maybe veering toward the carnivore diet is really good for you. I think there's time and place to where you happen to eat more eat more meat and less carbs, and that probably works out really good for some people some of the time. But one of the things that is just truth, we all are really different in how we process foods based on our needs, based on our genetics, based on a lot of factors. And these fad diets that are going to change your life, a lot of what changes your life is exercise and not being a fatty. And a lot of people don't want to hear that. They're like, aha, but if I stop eating bread, then magically, and you're right. If you have a really heavy carbohydrate diet and you cut all the carbs out and you change your entire processing system to fat and protein, that will probably dramatically affect you in the short term. But as far as like a long-term lifestyle choice, I don't think that's particularly sustainable, and I don't think it's optimal. I think increasing your meat intake is probably always a good thing unless you have some kind of a health condition. But again, I think most of the fad diet things are good to shake stuff up. And here's the other thing. Your body, be it exercise or diet, and again, all within reason, shaking things up and doing things a really different way than your body's used to, that's what makes you grow and adapt in ways. So if your muscles aren't responding and you're not growing and you're not doing stuff, completely changing your rep range or what exercises you're doing or your frequency, all of that shakes things up and is a catalyst to start that change. That's awesome. On your fat loss stuff, you stagnate because you do the same cardio all the time. Cool, do something real different. Even if it's not what the book says is optimal, if it's real different than what you've been doing, then your body all of a sudden has to do this new thing to adapt to. And you're keeping your body guessing keeps a lot of those processes that you want to get in better shape happening. But I mean, at a certain point, your carnivore diet becomes old hat. Your body is used to it. It optimizes the best way to process under that system. It does the best it can with it. You miss out on a lot of delicious things. And then at some point, I think you find yourself with kind of an energy deficit. And anytime you have a really exclusionary diet of stuff, over time, you may discover that you're lacking a micronutrient, vitamin, a mineral, something that you're missing. And when you're cutting out carbohydrates, our bodies are so evolved to use carbohydrates for growth, for energy, for a lot of stuff. I would not advise that. But again, I've heard a lot of people that love it. Most of the people that I've heard say that are people who have been on the carnivore diet for a couple of months, not people that have, 10 years into the carnivore diet. What are your thoughts, Svan?
I'm kind of on the opposite of the end of the spectrum. I'm a believer, if you will. I mainly got into understanding a lot about the carnivore diet via there is a doctor on YouTube. I can't recall his name right now. He's got
talking about Liver King.
No, he's got red hair, very southern accent. Man, I really wish I could remember his name right now. I'm actually kind of like peeking to see if he's in my feed anywhere. Yeah, no, I mean, I am a huge believer. I think that biology is important. I think that certain people can process carbs a lot better than other people can. I think that, again, that could also apply in the other direction. Meat and protein could be processed better by certain people more than others. But yeah, it's very hard to maintain that diet. And I think the diet is really two things. One is in rejection to all the lies that we've been told by the nutritional governmental powers that be. Butter is bad, eat margarine, et cetera, et cetera. So a lot of folks that go into the carnivore diet are against the lies they've been told. Eggs are bad. Butter is bad. Eat less fat because fat makes you fat. Those are all lies. It's all been proven to be lies. And so,
pause for a second. I just want to say, up to this point, I agree with what you're saying. I think there's a lot of overlap in where you and I are going, but I think it's a little bit different. Please carry on.
well, and yeah, so I see a lot of folks that do carnivore diet are coming from that point of rejection.
Mhm.
And the other half is that it's an attempt of an experiment to see, and I think that the body does, go into, ketogenic, like mode. And I know that a lot of nutritionists will always say, that's going to kill you. But a lot of these folks don't, because the body adapts, just like Asatru said. The body can convert meat into sugar. And it's been noted to happen. And that's the body adapting.
Glyconeogenesis.
Yes.
But it's very inefficient.
Right. Well, and I think most people, at the end of the day, the carnivore diet, I think most folks will end up adapting it. Sometimes they place in small amounts of carbohydrates, or whether it's like mushrooms, or they add like milk, raw milk, whatever, as a form of glucose into their bodies. You see a lot of folks start off hard and heavy with just simply beef, eggs, and butter when they're trying to lose weight. And when they attain the weight they want, they become a little bit more loose in their interpretations of the carnivore diet. And I think that's more the reality than, what you might see on Instagram or what have you. But ultimately, the lie of being told to that, fatty cheeses, fatty yogurts, fatty dairy, fatty meats, butter, and all that stuff, it's all terrible for you. You got to go to a grain diet, and you got to eat no fat because fat makes you fat, and etc. That has caused such a huge marring effect on society that those that start to kind of wake up and go back to eating those foods realize, wow, it's like it has such a great effect. Me personally, I think that there was another diet that happened a long time ago called the South Beach diet, and it had a really interesting point about entering into ketosis and utilizing a 2-week period. So it in essence turned the carnivore diet into a time block in order for you to reset your insulin and reset your liver for insulin production. And I think that's a huge key. And then you kind of start to broaden your scopes from there. So, I mean, is it the true and only right way? No, but I think it has a lot of good things, a lot of good potential. Just hearing about like I forgot the name of the doctor that I was speaking of, but him, the lie that we were always told, if you eat meat, it's going to rot in your colon. And he broke it down how biologically it never even reaches your large intestine. It's completely absorbed by the body. And so stuff like that has really led people to go, man, these nutritionists of old knew nothing and were even lying about it. Whereas, now with a lot of quantifiable evidence, they can point that, the breakdown of meat, the breakdown of fats versus, carbohydrates, certain carbohydrates that, affect your intestines or affect your joints. That brings it all into question. So if you get into that, I think it opens you up to understand a lot of things. Onions, garlic, all that stuff, I think is really great. But some of the stuff that people are eating, especially like peanuts, I don't think are particularly good for the body. Are they going to kill you? Unless you got an allergy, but no, but joint inflammation, a lot of your gut health is huge.
The don't eat processed crap diet, I think, makes a lot of sense.
Oh.
All carbohydrates aren't built the same. I think something really interesting is when you have baked products like, bakery stuff, bread stuff, pastry stuff here in the United States, it's drastically different than its European version. And it's really interesting, like the density of the bread. If you go over there's bread all the time. None of the people are fatties, or very few of them. And they're eating a lot of bread, and the bread's delicious, and it's awesome, and it's dense, and it's nutritious. A lot of the modern processes of doing stuff, and hey, I eat crap all of the time. I've got a huge sweet tooth. I love snacks. Like, I'll get to that here in a second. But the idea of, hey, if you can cut all of that out, cool. Carbohydrates are important. They are optimal for energy. Now, all of the things Svan said, cholesterol is awesome. Like, if you have a particular problem to where you need to be mindful of a type of it for a reason, don't get me wrong. Don't clog your heart. No, but Matt said. But people have been lying to us for a long time. Animal fats are awesome, and they're really important, especially for men. I'm not sure if this applies the same for ladies when it comes to hormone production, but especially to men's sexual health and men's hormone health. Fats are essential to that, especially to children and folks who are growing like brain tissue. Fats are extremely important. Meat is awesome. We should eat tons of meat. I am all about eating an obscene quantity of meat. Don't get me wrong. Post physique or no critique, I'm saying, don't be fatty, eat good stuff. So here's the thing. If you take someone who does not exercise, if you don't exercise and you don't do things, you just sit on the couch and shovel in meat and eggs and say, look at me, Ma, I'm healthy. Carnivore diet's not going to help you very much. But you can also go and be like Michael Phelps, and he can eat whatever he wants. He can just shovel in McDonald's, and he's doing fine because in the pool all day, every day, putting in work. So there is we have seen this since people started being more aware of fitness and the gym and working out and dieting and such. There is lots of diets that work really well. There are a lot of right ways to do it, but the fundamental truth that is not escapable, you need to consume less calories than you are utilizing if you want to lose weight. And you need to consume more calories than you are using if you would like to gain weight. If you want to gain muscle, your body needs to have stimulus to send it a signal to say, hey, our current muscle is insufficient. If you want to lose fat, you need to send stimulus to your body that says, our current energy reserves are insufficient and we need to access our stored body fat. There's a bajillion right ways to do it. Every new person who wants to write a book can tell you some new fancy way to do it. Consistency is key. And the more varied your diet within reason and of healthy whole food, the more you get a wide variety of things to build and to fill in holes. The more you make your diet super specific, where you only eat this one kind of thing every day, make and live off of it. It's like potatoes. Somebody's like, you could live off potatoes. Yeah, it's better than starvation, but it's not an optimal health. This is a long time on the carnivore diet, but I think it's something that probably interests the both of us. So we throw it out there. It's not bad, but I wouldn't try to religiously stick to it for a really long time. And I think that people who do sometimes run into chronic fatigue issues and some other stuff, make sure you're checking with a doctor. If you got the insurance on it, make sure you're getting blood tests and other stuff and see where you're at and make adjustments accordingly. Again, neither Svan nor myself are doctors, so do not take this as any prescription for the healthy way to live and avoid disease. This is just advice from some folks that are out here trying to live our life and are 40 plus years in with some things that have worked and things that haven't. Again, I think I have offended champion of the First Nations, champion of meat only, the son of Iceland.
You must
he has returned. He has returned from his glacial cave of rotted shark.
Only rotted shark. No, I've been drinking these waters, and they're really running through me.
Ballpark figure on what it will cost to construct Tiershoff. This is a fine question. It's a very different question. So some of you may not know. We have purchased property at the very, very end of 2022, in like December 2022, called Sigerheim. It is, just about 70 acres of property in central Tennessee. It is amazing and beautiful and fantastic, and a number of us are going to move there. One of the other things we're doing there is it's going to serve as kind of an AFA capital. Not kind of, it's going to serve as the AFA capital. Eventually, and for those that don't know, a large part of the property consists of 2 fields up front. Then a lot of it is kind of hilly towards a majestic ridge line. And on the top of the ridge, we're going to construct a Hoff to tier. Down in the valley, we're going to construct a great hall to be the AFA mead hall and center of AFA activity. So on top of the ridge, we're dealing with limited space. So that's one thing that constrains and gives a little bit of an idea towards cost, because it can only have so big of a footprint on top of that ridge. Unlike all 4 other Hoffs, and we will have a 5th Hoff before we're embarking on Tiershoff, we'll have Freyshoff. But unlike any of the by then previous 5 Hoffs, which we will have purchased that are existing structures, Tiershoff is going to be built from the ground up. So a lot of decisions need to be made between now and then that prevent me from giving you a real accurate ballpark. We have to, so one of the factors is getting a navigable by truck road. That's not fair. You could get up there in a 4x4 now. So a navigable by car, reliable road from the street that the property is on up to the ridge line, along the ridge line to where we are putting the Hoff. Now there is an existing very, very rough logging, like ATV kind of road that gets us up there, which is fine for walking up there in the immediacy. But as far as any equipment that we need to have up there and so forth, we're going to need something that's a little bit better. So getting that constructed is a certain amount of cost. The building itself, depending on what we do, the square footage can't be that enormous, but there's a lot of really pretty things and fun architectural things that we have planned for it that we would like to do. So it's really hard. You're asking me a specific question. I'm not going to dodge your question, but my guess is really wide. I'm going to guess 200,000. It might be substantially less than that. I don't know. It all depends on if we have friends that can provide any of the labor, any of the design work, any of the material work. A lot of that will pretend, because like I say, it's not a money. Everything does come down to resources, but it's not a purchasing something that's turnkey. It's a constructing something over time to where we want it. It's a really different thing than we've ever embarked on before. So I can't give you much more accurate than that, other than that we're super excited about it. And that's likely, though, quite a ways away. First, we need to pay off Njordshof. We have somebody who contributed during the course of this program. They donated on the site, and I don't know if they want their name shown, but we really appreciate them. They donated $130 tonight towards paying off Njordshof. So we are that much closer. We get closer every single week. But we got to pay off Njordshof. Then we've got to put it out in last month's runestone. I think I have it. Cool. We need to raise our monthly income by an average of 9.88%. And once we have done that, we will be able and in a position to get Phrasehof. So that's something we're absolutely working on. But what I'm saying is we got to pay off Njordshof. Then we have to get to an economic spot where it's responsible to get Phrasehof, because the challenge right now isn't getting the money to establish a Hoff, but it's to be a responsible steward of that Hoff and to take care of it and to have the sustainable income to maintain it. Because once we get it, it's a commitment. It's a commitment to one of our gods that we're going to maintain their sacred place here in Midgard. So we want to be up to that commitment before we do that. And then we'll get it. Then we'll pay it off. And then, and only then, we'll start the actual groundbreaking for Tiershof. So it is still a ways off, and we are currently planning. Closer we get, I'll have numbers a little bit better for you, but it's something I'm always glad to talk about and that I'm pretty excited about. So thank you for asking and keeping the interest up on it. The Wolf Throne. There was talk on here a couple of weeks ago about the Mormons in Utah, with Sigerheim and Tiershof being established. Will Tennessee become the first Asatru state? So I follow your analogy. It would be super cool if so many of our people move to Tennessee that the majority of Tennessee are Asatru. That would be fantastic. I would love to see that. They were going to a U.S. territory that wasn't established yet and kind of carved out their own thing. We are going into the heartland of an established state in an established area. So yeah, I want it to be, population-wise, I would love to have our folk move there and be a significant part of that community in that space. And the more of us that move there, the better and the more represented we are. I would love to see that happen. I don't think it's quite the same equation, but it could become that in a different way. Svan, do you have any thoughts on that? Is there anything that you've considered in contemplating all this? Svan is muted.
Terribly sorry. One of the things that you brought up about that really struck me was in the beginning of the Mormon church, these people, left from the East Coast and traveled all the way across. And we talk about faith. We talk about the testaments to faith. We talk about building temples to the gods, but people won't travel 4 hours to go to them. It's not in their hometown. It's not brought directly to them. A lot of people think like Asatru is big enough to where it should be built right down the road for me so that I could easily travel there. but like me and my family travel 4.5 hours multiple times a month to get to our Hoff. And so creating a testament like a state or a nation, or like the Mormons did with Utah, kind of the direct collaboration between the two. I would say it would only be possible if our people were able to bring that. And at this point and at this stage, I don't think so. Our folk have a real hard time. I think modernity has really, softened the soles of their feet. There's a lot of folks who aren't willing to go that extra mile, to move to a place, or to travel again. To travel even 4 hours away is kind of too hard. But if there are folks with enough gumption and enough drive and desire, I do think something would become of it as kind of a capstone, a figurehead, something that leads the rest of the way, a place to look to as kind of a I don't know, exemplariness that could help, hopefully, encourage people to build stuff near them and to mimic the living, the acting way of being there at Sigerheim, and then going there and seeing how the people live, knowing how they have their lives, wanting to have that, either moving there, hopefully that inspires them to, or to again kind of build the communities they have in their area to mimic it. But as far as like Asatru folks traveling across the country by wagon in order to, find the Valley of Good Hope. But we can't get guys to travel 3 hours sometimes. And again, I get it. There's work and people have lives. I 100% get it. And I kind of get a little bitey about it. It's just that at the end of the day, what is the most important aspects of our lives? And one of the things that's a huge detriment is that there is no faith, there is no religion, our children aren't carrying any faith forward. There's no establishment of Hoffs and towns and things like that. And they're coming, but we need to have the people being able to reciprocate the seriousness of it. And I think that's what we're going to continually have.
And that's the thing. Our people are really beat down and broken, and we're dealing with a lot of repair work and a lot of healing that needs to be done. I'd love to have Sigerheim be, a significant thrust towards that healing. It's an issue of scale. Yes, we do not have a lot of people that are going to pick up what they have and put it in a hand cart and take it from Boston to, Missouri, and then across Indian territory and carve out something out of the desert. Wish we had those champions of our faith. We have some of them, but I wish we had, the more we have, the better we'll be. We are very blessed with what we do have, and we are doing and will continue to do amazing, amazing things. The more people we have that are able to put just petty nonsense aside and fully commit and be all in, you can be shocked at the blessings that happen because of it. And that will happen. And I think that Sigerheim will be the spearhead for more people doing that. Now, one of the things with the AFA is we've got kind of an, it's not an either or, it's an all approach. So as it is right now, if you are absolutely rooted to the place you live on ancestral land, you are in a career, you are been here you've got roots for forever and you can't go anywhere. Cool. Build something there. Say, hey guys, I would love to host something at my house. Well, great. We can get you connected. Better yet, volunteer to be a folk builder. We can make it happen. Build where you are. if you are capable and willing to move and you want to make something happen, then we got a few options. And every few years, we're going to have more options. Yes, I am currently trying to get our people to come to Sigerheim and make that happen in Jackson County, Tennessee. My family's going to do that. A number of our Witan's family are going to do that. Svan and his family are going to do that. Hopefully you are going to do that. If you can't, if you're not going to, see, that's the dream. It's not just trying to cram everybody on one property. No, that's going to be the centerpiece of getting people to move to that county. Move to that county, you still have your liquidity. You can go wherever you want in the county. Any place is 30 minutes from it, but you're there. You can be there every day if you want. You can help out. You can build. You can celebrate. We can share, and we can build that village that we all talk about wanting. And so many of us never achieve. We're going to achieve that. We're going to achieve it relatively soon. So, but you can't go there. Tennessee's not for you. Your people are Yankees since the way back. You can't make it down there to Tennessee. You're scared of them hill folks. Humidity is going to make your hair frizzy. I don't know what your deal is, but you got options. So here's the thing. Every place that we have a Hoff, I want to build an AFA community around it. If you want to move to literally some of the most beautiful country I've ever seen, to the foothills of the Sierras in California, to Brownsville, it's a beautiful spot. It's amazing. The drive between there and here is one of the prettiest I've ever been on. And I grew up in Alaska with some really pretty drives. Yeah, going out and build around Odenshoff. We need you. We want you there. It would be fantastic. You don't like that, it's not your thing. You don't like California. You don't like amazing trees, and you don't like pretty stuff. Cool. We can. All right. I'm not going to advertise the next one. It's like, the ugly Hoff. Because honestly, so joking aside, I don't think we've got one that's not awesome and in a really kind of pretty spot. But if if the high desert and the Sierras is not your thing, though, Linden, North Carolina, very close to a lot of big towns, a lot of big stuff, very close to Fayetteville, a lot of things there to draw you there, a lot of jobs, a lot of stuff. But Thorshoff needs people living close by. A number of little towns that might as well be the same town within a stone's throw of there. Get yourself out there. We would love to have you help build that area. That's still not your thing. Too hot, too humid. Don't like hot, dry. Don't like hot, soggy. Go up to Baldershoff. It gets cold, gets frigid. You get that snow. It's up in Minnesota, Murdoch, Minnesota. Beautiful, beautiful farm country up there. Fantastic people. We are in the community in that one. It's not out on a country road. It's right in their little town there in a neighborhood. Amazing interaction with the neighbors. The people there love us. Go there, build something there. Or White Springs, Florida. Fantastic. Everybody wants to be in Florida, the land of the free. We even got a gator at our Hoff down there. So if you want to go and pet the gator, I'm not advising you to pet the gator. That's not good. Don't do that. The AFA officially told you not to pet that gator. But if you do, he's in our pond at our Hoff, and he would love the attention. He would love the company. He's down there in Florida. Jords Hoff is awesome. It's beautiful. The live oaks down there are beautiful. It's in a rural place in Florida that makes a lot of sense. It's halfway between Lake City and the other one that's not Lake City. Live Oak. It's between two communities there that have a lot of good stuff going on. It's not far from that, and it's awesome. If you want to go there, build something there. And, by the time we really get a lot of things cracking at Sigerheim, we're going to have something else. We're going to have Phrasehoff. It's going to be in western Pennsylvania, eastern Ohio. We've got kind of a spot there that's a sweet spot. We're looking to put it in or around. We would love to have you there as well. So you got a lot of options. And as the years roll by, there will be a Hoff closer and closer to you. But yeah, it's not an either or, it's an all. Wolf Throne. This is one that I think that Svan's going to dig into. You're about to set him off here. I'm going to use that as an occasion to go tuck in my daughter.
Oh boy. No.
Couple interpretations of our lore by the Norrena Society I'd like to hear your thoughts on. First is the idea that Valhall is located in hell and not in Asgard. Second is the idea that you are judged in the afterlife in hell, where you cannot speak and your philia represents you. Are these interpretations correct? So before, and I'm going to have some stuff to say after this because he's still going to be on it when I come back.
Yes, I am.
Are these interpretations correct? No. No, and they're silly, and the person making them knows better. There's some stuff that there's question on. No, and it's silly, and they know better. Secondly, if you find yourself in this trial, it'd be cool if you have like Ben Matlock represent you. I'd like to like the old kind of old man wisdom. I don't know many things, but I know this. I'd like to have that happen. So Philia, if you're paying attention, I think that's a good exercise of jurisprudence when you represent me at the underworld hell thing where a dude that like weighs my heart and stuff. Yeah. So Svan, take it away.
Yeah, this question in particular hits me. It's egregious the effects that it has that a lot of people don't think about. I mean, okay, first off, it's not correct. But one question you could ask then, is Folkvanger in hell as well? If Valhall is in hell, why not Folkvang? Both are domiciles of the chosen dead. And nobody ever asked these questions. A lot of this kind of the Norrena Society does these things where it'll say Thor has to walk over these rivers to get out of Asgard. So that means he's leaving heaven. Never minding the fact that it's clearly stated numerous times that there's a heavenly realm and Asgarder is in the realm and that it is surrounded and has rivers flowing through it. Another point as to why it's not Helgard is because we know that there's 11 rivers in Helgard. So we know of the Elivaugur. The Elivaugur flow in the realm of hell. The rivers that they're talking about that Thor has to step over aren't in Helgard. They're in heaven. And there's a lot of other rivers. And Grimnismal is very clear. Lord Odin said he can see his son's hall from where Valhall stands. So is Thor's hall in Helgard now too? These kind of archways. The real reason why that is laid out is because there's a series of rationale that needs to follow in order to justify a point. And the point that they were originally justifying is that all of the wells of the Urtherswell, Mimmerswell, and Vergelmer are all in the underworld. Because, other than perhaps Victor Ryberg's kind of conception of the idea that there couldn't be wells in the different levels, this causes a problem. So if the wells are down below, then the judgment has to happen down below. And if the judgment has to happen down below, perhaps there's a domicile down below, but not Folkvang or Bilskilnir, because that's mentioned as being. So then you just start tossing whole chunks of text, and then you add the whole no, the earth is on a table and there's stone pillars, etc., etc. It goes down into a wild world. a lot of the time you can look at Aryan comparison. You can look at Aryan mythos and understand the upper world, whether it's on the top of a mountain, like in Olympus, or if it's on the top of the tree, but the other realm, the upper realm, is above the middle world, Midgard. And then there is a lower realm. And in that lower realm, there are some really key factors. One, it's greatly separated from the heavenly realm. It's the opposite. And in there, the properties that exist in the heavenly realm are kind of devoid in the lower realm. The other thing is, in most Aryan mythoses, the gods don't go into the underworld. It's actually really rare, and hence the reason why Lord Odin going into the underworld is such a strange occurrence. Same with Hermod. And I know that's, we could speculate and go on about Hermod and Skirnir and possibly being Other and the husband of Frey. That's perfectly a viable, I think, thing. But again, these are just reactions to fulfilling argument that needs to be placed. It's very similar to like, I see this in political discussions when someone will say that, nobody deserves a gun. All guns should be taken away. Only the police should have guns. But all the police are racist. Or if you don't have a womb, you don't have an opinion. But men can have wombs. So these justifications go into absurdities that go so egregiously against Aryan mythos that it's kind of like, it hurts. But to go back, the Asatru Folk Assembly believes that there are 11 rivers in heaven, 11 rivers in hell, and there are 14 in the middle. And this comes from the Grimnismal. And that separation process we teach to our Gothar. And, we could discuss cosmology, and, I would explain it here. The major reason, too, is that the interpretation that they have taken is that the gods sit at a doom seat. And that doom seat, since it can't be in heaven, because they view the heaven as just Asgard, if they leave heaven to go to the doom seat, where do they go? That's where then they must go to Helgard. And that's where Urd's well is. And then and you see how it kind of falls like dominoes to explain. But no, that's not the case. Yggdrasil is sourced in heaven. Its roots extend through all the realms. It's a circulatory system. That well is in heaven, and there is a realm around Ausgarður, as our ancestors would have seen it, this kind of place in the mountains. It's not simply just the castle. It's the lands. There's rivers. There's a place where Loki runs off to have the horse chase him. There is the well. There is the tree. There is these places, but they can't conceptualize that. So Asgard is simply heaven, and if they leave heaven, they go somewhere else. So that means Urd's well is in Helgard, but what about Mimmir's well, which is in Jotunheim? And it's spoken that only Odin knows of it in the middle realm in Jotunheim. No, that's in Helgard too. And so these things, then they completely go against the Aryan mythos, which is, why does the divine, the creators of time, the creators of order, walk into the realm of dissipation? I'm not saying they can't, but from our stories, it's very clear that this is an odd and extenuating thing. The purpose of that being that it creates the understanding, the tension that the gods of life, the gods of order, do not step into the realms that are kind of unruly and are placed there. And in essence, that Lord Odin gives dominion of that realm to hell to kind of extend their order, their order or their dominion. Same as with the ocean and Aegir and Raun. So that's where you get these kind of like really wild, crazy things going on, and it goes so far away from the common logic, and then it has to start domino affecting as it goes through. I remember talking to one of their members, or I didn't realize it was in a debate. I was just simply talking about stuff. And, he spoke about how the gods leave to the doom seats, and Thor has to step over the rivers. And I'm like, those rivers are in heaven, just like Thund, the river, and that surrounds Valhall, and that there's a gate there, Valgrind. And then I started looking into the books, and I saw like crazy interpretations. And that's when I was like, okay, I see what this is. Some of it is well-meaning, some of it is well-placed, but other is completely off the mark. And people are just taking it because they don't really research on their own, or they don't, ask out to other opinions. It's kind of like that Icelandic scholar saying Hrungnir's heart is stone and it has 3 points. And then they look at a stone that has the 3 interlocking triangles, and they're like, that's Hrungnir's heart. It has nothing to do with Hrungnir. There's nothing there about that, but it's got 3 points. And it's not 3 interlocking triangles. It's a 3-pointed Hrungnir heart. And that's it. That's all they kind of do. And it kills me. So they go to their doom seats at the well in heaven, where the tree, like a capstone, descends down and through via root. Now, is this common throughout all Aryan concepts? No. We even, speculate that our ancestors viewed the pillar as a possibility, or that the Irminsul was like the strut that holds the space between heaven and earth, heaven and earth, as a kind of strutting point. But again, there's trees, there's mountains, there's lots of usages for the axis mundi and what that means. And when they go to these seats, they cast the doom of men. This is an interesting point too, because the doom of men doesn't mean something negative. It is the judgment of men. And when you see our faith, when we talk about may the holy gods witness us, we are talking about being marked, being judged, being, in essence, focused on by the gods in our living moment. So we ask the gods to witness our deeds. It becomes completely irrelevant if you start to think about it. It doesn't really matter until you go into the underworld and all the gods are there, which is odd in and of itself. And your Filkia is going to be your lawyer, and it turns into this kind of Egyptian afterlife measurement. The Asatru focus simply holds true more to that the gods actually are looking at you now. They have a vested interest in your life, not your death, not your afterlife, if you will. In actuality, the people that have a vested interest in your afterlife are your ancestors. So Hela is the origin, or she is the origin of the calamity of all things. She's the breaker of all things that must come to an end. The holder of the calamities of man, if you will, illness, etc. Mothguth is the switch point in which she knows which of the folk coming down are allowed to reunite with her ancestors, or with their ancestors, excuse me. Or she's the one that points them down towards the river Gjol and the river Sleeve, and then they go to Naustrand. That's it. That's the judgment. Because the true reality of it is that if you're marked by the gods while you're living, that mark carries with you when you go down into the underworld. And the ancestors know this as well. Again, their ability to understand, say, certain things. I mean, our ancestors lived through hard and terrible times, perhaps even to the point where our moral understanding of things might be greater or lesser than what they had to. But again, we always refer back to what is good for the folk. So the gods mark you while you're living. They watch you while you're living. That should be a extremely important point for every Asatru to wrap their mind around. They are in the above world, and the earth's well descends into the middle. It's time, it's space, it's the rolling out of all actions, and we are in that. And all of that accumulates to go into the memory well in Jotunheim, because again, Jotunheim disperses resistance and receives disillusion. It breaks things down, in essence, to kind of suck it back up, if you will. Time goes there. Lord Odin placed his eye in that well in order to receive all that which has taken place, in order for him to better speculate the future. The other thing too, the hell thing or what have you, going down there. Your Fylgja is a part of your soul. It follows you, but it is a connecting point to things outside of your individual. It connects to your ancestors. It connects to the land around you. Sometimes it connects to items that you carry. It has the ability for your soul to leave marks on things. It can actually connect to other people, and so that your Fylgja become united, like a kin Fylgja. It is not a lawyer that represents you before the gods. And again, like I said, I just can't get it out of my head, the Egyptian stuff. Another great point of this too is, and speaking to this member, I was talking to him, and he said, Thor comes down into the underworld, and it's the Thor is the striker. And if you look in every Aryan mythos, one of the big things about Thor, the middle guardian, the Lord between heaven and earth, is that stepping into the world of dissipation and disillusion and the underworld is never good. I think Hercules did it once, but he took the form of a baby. He couldn't be himself, otherwise it would kill him. So he took the form, or please don't quote me on that. But again, the idea of the gods descending into the underworld, Valhall now has to be in the underworld because all of the wells are in the underworld, and it just starts domino affecting. No, Asgard is the heavenly realm. The gods live there. There are rivers in that realm described to us in the lore. There are rivers in the middle world, and by their names we could tell they're connected to the world of men. And then there are 11 rivers in the underworld that are clearly spoken about, seething from the primordial well of creation. And the gods are watching you now. They're not waiting to measure your heart against a feather when you die. You should be concerned with impressing them now. Your ancestors will receive you based on those deeds. And if you live your life towards gaining that fame and bright, faith and power that you would have towards showing towards the gods, you should have no problem being received by your ancestors, and can possibly be ascended above after. Again, the roots and the point of having an upper, middle, and lower world with the roots intertwining them is very important. But again, I don't know where that exactly came from, other than a tree can't have, it has to be at the bottom and stick straight up, and it can't be at the top with the roots descending into.
All right.
Yeah.
First, I'm glad that you asked the questions, because I think it's really important. And when people wonder sometimes why the AFA, and more specifically why I have such a hard stance on this is the Church of the Aesir in Midgard, and not doing this coalition, well, everybody's got good ideas nonsense, because they don't. And it's really important to do the best we can to dispel needless and poorly intentioned confusion. I don't know who came up with these very misguided ideas. I don't know what source within that society decided these were good ideas, but they're not, and they're obviously not. These two. So okay, first the one with the more merit first. The doom seat thing. You are absolutely judged in the afterlife. But that doesn't preclude ongoing and other judgment, and it doesn't put it in the courtroom drama scenario that's being alluded to in this. Wherever that takes place, judgment happens when you got something you got to figure out what to do with. Yes, when you are tidying up affairs at the end of someone's mortal existence on Midgard, one has to make a decision on what happens to that person. Making a decision is judgment. Judgment, in really cool, archaic language, is doom. So we set a doom upon, I don't know. Set a doom upon Aubrey and Mai's plan for tomorrow on us going to the store. It sounds less scary and ominous, but I have to make a judgment in the morning of what we're going to do with our day. It's not the same as this like one and done final judgment. Who is this Svan that approaches us? Let's review the case. Filia, what say you? I object, Your Honor. Lo, Svan was meritorious in his life. Sometimes I think I get overly silly with it because it's just absurd. And when something is so absurd, sometimes what you have to do to laugh, but I want to treat it on its merits. The supposition here, it seems, by how this has been presented to me, and if you're currently listening and you're in the Narana Society or you have friends and family that are, if your guys' presentation of this is in a different way than I've heard, then I'm sorry. I'm going on what I've heard, and I'm trying to explain towards that. If this is not accurate to how you guys believe and think on it, then I'm in error. I apologize, and I stand ready for you to clarify where you're at. But it seems to suppose as if you're an unknown quantity at the point of death, and then there's some kind of a trial for the case of your soul, of what to do with it. And that acts as though, again, like I said, you're an unknown quantity. No, if we're doing that first, many different of our gods are clearly described as being able to see the activities of men during life. Lord Heimdallr hears the wool growing on the sheep. Like, he knows what you're up to. He knows if you've been bad or good, so be good for goodness sake. Sees you when you're sleeping. He knows when you're awake.
That's Santa Claus is Heimdall.
It's revolutionary, Swan. You should write a book about it.
Right.
So,
no, he's Thor. No, he's Odin.
so anyways, Sauga sees and is the seeress and can see and have prophecy and know the things. Lady Frigg knows and sees all of these things and knows into destiny and is aware of your existence and stuff. Hugin and Munin collect this data and are looking at what Svan's up to and can report back to the Allfather if he, had a particular concern about Svan's doings during the course of a day and whether he's cutting in the part just right or whether it's zigzagged. If he's putting Z's in froze or whatnot. We believe that we interact with our gods in this life. We ask during bloat that our gods, if they find us worthy, which is quite literally a judgment, then to bestow their blessings upon us. We're engaged in a gift cycle with sentient beings all the days of our life if we're fortunate enough to be born into this. So our reputation with the gods should be existent, and they should be well aware of who we are. Not only well aware, but be familiar enough with us that we have exchanged gifts. We also certainly know that our ancestors look on from beyond and know us and interact with us. We engage them in the gift cycle through our altar work, through many of the offerings and things we do throughout the day. We see this, we know this to be true. We know this to be true by observable existence in our lives, and we know it to be true throughout the corpus of our lore and the collected tradition of our folk. So they judge us throughout their life. Yes, the culmination of that judgment does occur beyond the veil. We talk about that. What happens to you when you die? We ask often, we bid that one's ancestors accept them warmly into their halls. Like, yeah, you appear there, and is somebody showing up to pick you up from the airport or not? That's a thing. That is a judgment, and it does occur after you die. That's fine. Also, our gods have a judgment upon you of whether they deem you completely worthless, and not even worth less, but of negative worth, to where we need to have you get recycled and let's send you to the strand. But they also have the opportunity to, like, okay, we've been watching you. Your reputation precedes you. We appreciate what you've done. We want to bring you up for the opportunity to be more. So yeah, they absolutely are judged after you die. You are also judged every single day of your life. You are judged consistently. You are judged now. You will be judged tomorrow, and you will be judged after you pass. So it's fine. And sure, your philia does precede you and does represent you in a way and does advocate for your interests in a way. A best man or a shield bearer or a herald or a comrade does those things as well. The motif of my cousin Vinny is a little bit different. And I don't think that that's the idea in our lore. And I think it misrepresents it in an important way. But all that aside, I think that one is the less egregious of the two. But so I would, and I say these things rhetorically because we don't have a representative of the Narayana Society here to clear this up for me, but I am curious. And Wolf Throne, if you've heard like reasoning, please share with the class. But in what what would possibly lead them to believe that Valhall is in Helheim and not in Ausgarder? Other than it involves those who have passed on. Because it is a destination for selected people who have died. Okay, I get that. And I've been trying over here on the side just to like find where are the best things that just make it so perfectly clear so that people listening aren't confused by the nonsense. Literally everywhere. They didn't pick one of the very obscure locations to make such an just silly claim about. But, you know, probably the most storied of locations that's in Ausgarder. You know, there's a Rome that's in Georgia that maybe people don't know about because it's not the Rome. But if you talk about Atlanta, people know where Atlanta is. So it's really odd. Because we go back to this a lot, it's a really important piece of our lore for just how straightforward it presents things, and the Asatru Folk Assembly puts a lot of stock in it, is the Gylfaginning. And a couple of things are really interesting in there, and I'm trying to, because I was trying to find it all in one spot as best as I can. So a couple of things. First, at the very beginning, the entire premise. Dude's going to Asgard. Specifically, it says he is going there to talk to Odin about stuff. So he's on his journey to Asgard. When he gets there, it specifically talks about Valhall and how amazing and awesome Valhall is. So he's walking to the big area of Ausgarder, and in it is this amazing Valhall that he's heard so much about. And I was gonna on the thing here, so don't hang with me for a second, just because I know where this was at, and I wanted to kind of talk about a couple examples that just make it like really clear. And as we talked about before, the Gylfaginning is in a lot of ways a distilling of lots of different pieces of our Lord, where it is presented in the most complete, like this, then this, then this, then this, like thorough explanation of our lore in one source, which makes it really, really special in that way. So I'm trying to find the spot that I was looking at here, and it just takes me a second.
I was going to say too, there in the Gylfaginning, there's a clear, it says there is a well spring in heaven called Earth's Well. And there the gods gather to council to cast doom upon men. It's like you can't get any clearer than that at all. And again, I think people should be concerned that the gods are watching them and marking them. You don't want to die with that mantle of being a needling on your body, on your soul. That's terrible. So yes, you are being judged. It's just you're being judged now, not later. Very much so.
So, all right. So King Gylfi was a wise man and skilled in magic, but he's much troubled that the Aesir people were so cunning that all things went according to their will. He set out on his way to Ausgarder, going secretly, and he clad himself in the likeness of an old man, with which he dissembled. When he came into the town, he saw there a hall so high that he could not easily make out the top of it. Its thatching was laid with golden shields after the fashion of a shingled roof. So says Theodolfr of Hvin that Valhall was thatched with shields. This is where he goes and has his discussions with Odin, with, you know, higher and highest in Valhall, in Ausgarder, very clearly. But later it talks about Hermod and Hermod's ride into hell. And it's first the fact that it's like this big epic journey that goes where you're not supposed to go, and it's like a super exceptional case, is really interesting. If it's just, you know, down the block, because that's where things are at in this strange rendition. And usually I don't thump the lore so heavy as far as like reading verses, but I just want folks to hear and to understand that, you know, I'm not just trying to say stuff. I think that it puts our folk in a really ugly place when people who claim to know, they claim to be so very well versed in our lore, misrepresent, like knowingly or misleading about it. Because what I don't ever hear from that camp is like, hey, I know all the lore says this other stuff, but I've got this really unique insight, and I think this is my theory. Because that's honest, and I may disagree with it, but it's at least like an open acknowledgement. I'm aware that the vast corpus of our lore clearly says X, but that's all not true for reasons. I think this, or I had a special revelation this, or that's at least presenting it in an above board way. So it talks about this, you know, I'm trying to think of the best, like, little quick stanza in here about the ride. Where the best kind of little starting point is without reading a whole deal. Okay, so
can I say something while you're locking in on that?
Negative. Yes, of course. Yes, of course you can.
Well, no, I wanted to just say that I have read I own some of their books. And it makes me think. So, like I asked earlier, if Valhall is in Helgard, is Folkvang in Helgard? And then in Grimnismal, when it is mentioned that one of the holy rivers of heaven is Thund, and inside that river there is the children of Hroðvitnir. The translation that I'm reading from the Norrena societies, they say Hroðvitnir is Heimdall. So is Heimdall now in Helgard? I mean, I don't, my translations of that are very, very different. That the hall, Valhall, is in heaven.
The one who guards the bridge at the edge of heaven?
Right, exactly. But in the river, there's there are the children of the Hroðvitnir that are like fish in the river Thund surrounding, and that the word Hroðvitnir is referencing to the children of the wolf. So outside of Valhall, patrolling again, because there's a big point to the story that Valhall is greatly decorated with many defenses, and one of them is the wolf children, the berserker, the Ulfhednar, the warriors of ecstatic, ascendancy beyond mortality, patrol the river around Valhall, and there is a gate called Valgrind, and only one person knows how to get in and out of that. And that was the point that Lord Odin was making. And he also said, again, from Valhall, I can see my son's hall. So it gets wild. And somebody could say, well, you guys are just arguing about the semantics of literature. But the other point is kind of what you said, Alzirago, about kind of, instead of saying, well, I have insight and I think that there is this, and this is my theory, even though clearly there's numerous things that state X, and Y. The other is that there's a great detriment to the Aryan soul when you start to change cosmology so greatly that it no longer even looks comparative to other Aryan mythoses, and it starts to deviate away from that. And for what reasons, I don't know, other than the only thing I can think of is that the judgment after death thing is something that may have been concocted up with the intent of drawing Christians into Asatru and showing that we have morality, and watch, we can get judged after death just like you guys. I mean, I just, it really blows my mind, and it really does create cosmological formulas about the gods, and especially about the striker being able to walk into the underworld, without ever the considerations of the way the poems are written. The fact that if there's 11 rivers in the underworld, there's 11 rivers. There can be, and I have gone over that extensively about the 11 rivers in heaven and why there's 11 rivers, and then the 14 in the middle, and they're all in Grimnismal. I've also seen not only the Heimdall translation, which I thought was completely wrong, but the other rivers that are mentioned as just being sacred rivers. They're not in heaven, they're not in Helgard, because they're outside of the 11 that are specifically mentioned in Helgard. Purrier in the Narena Society, in his book, he just says, oh, well, this is just a holy river. This is just a holy river. He doesn't translate them, nor does he explain anything about them, because they're just not necessary to the narrative. So again, and that's where the dominoes come in. It is Folkvang in Helgard? Is Heimdall in Helgard because he's in the river that surrounds, according to their translations? It goes on and on. And our ancestors, I think, really saw the heavenly realm as being above, whether that was supported by mountains like Himmelbjörk, heavenly mountains, a singular mountain, and that the gods were living perhaps like on top of it, inside it, but it was an area, and they built their castle in there. And there were rivers that flowed through there and perhaps descended down the mountain into the land of the middle realm. And the only thing that was surrounding this mountain was clouds and light. And there's, the light elves. And it was in some place in the center and above. But that clearly roadmaps Aryan mythos in understanding. And that, the tree is at the top, and where its roots sink down in that mountainous scape extend, and only one Aus knows where those roots reach. I think as we have come to understand about the world, our understanding of the cosmology has changed a bit. But I think our ancestors quite variably saw the gods as upper, center, and the roots descending into the middle world, descending down into the Svartalfheim and Helgard, and ultimately Niflhel. But now we understand that these places, these realms are, we know that the gods are center and above, but they're not center and above literally. They're central because they're order, and they're above because they're gods. So, once you start kind of shifting that, changing that, or not understanding too,
Wolf Throne has put a correction and an explanation in the chat you should look at.
Okay, let me shift around here. Yeesh. Yeah, you've heard him make those claims. This is not to suggest that how Valhalla is located in hell,
Okay.
only that the warriors pass through hell on their way to Valhalla.
All right. Well, then disregard. Okay. Then we'll leave that be.
Then
As
was
I said-
King Gelfi dead? Is that what they're trying to say? That he
No,
died? And that's how...
No. I don't know. Yeah. So, anyways, okay. We will leave that alone. I'm glad that that's not something that they're saying on that because it's absurd. But cool. So, what I'd still like to point out though is it's not in the same story in the Gylfaginning. You get a very good sense in Hermod's ride that the Aesir don't just regularly go hang out in hell and do stuff. That's not how that works. And you see that displayed by how it is a perilous and difficult journey. And they like send him on this quest and he has to go a great distance through all this stuff to go do that. And it's very irregular. If that's just something they do every day to go out and judge the fates of men, then it's not, they can just swing by and ask Hel about Balder on their way home. It's not the same thing as the epic journey, like I said earlier, into the world of the other. So when we talk about the other, Jotunheim is other. Hell is the other. The realm that is controlled and regularly trod by gods and men and orderly parts of the ordered cosmos and the light cosmos. That you see in Midgard, in Ausgard, you see those things. Hel and Jotunheim are very much outside that. If you're going to go there, you get your war gear on, you get your stuff, and you're going on this irregular journey away from home that you keep your head on a swivel, and it's outside of the inner yard. But cool, and I appreciate that. And it's an honest question.
That was a great question.
People make mistakes. It's whatever,
Got
and
me all wound up.
it is. Well, and that's that's the thing. So I digress. If that's not their stance, then cool. I'm glad. But a lot of the stuff, it isn't respectful of our source material, and it's not presented in a way to where if you want to deviate, then say that and be honest about it. It's presented as if that's what the lore says. And usually and quite often that's not what the lore says. That's what maybe Victor Rydberg said at one point, or maybe it's something that recently they made some discovery that made them feel that way, but it oftentimes is not consistent with what the lore says in certainly the traditional understanding of it or interpretation of it. Go ahead.
I got one thing to say. If that's the case, and they're talking about post-death exoneration to Valhalla, we've already spoken about that we believe that you absolutely can, even though you pass the bridge to hell. But it is also worth noting that Lord Odin and the vowel of his name, V-A-L, often always gets brought about. The focus is on the slain, the slain, the slain. Val also means to choose, the chosen. So the Einherjar are chosen up, that he has that ability to take the soul. And I know Lord Odin has often been referred to as a psychopomp, but I believe that this is one of the cases that clearly lends towards that title being pretty clear, is that he chooses and he draws up. But if you pass and you cross that bridge, you can still be exalted up by the notoriety in Midgard, the notoriety of your ancestors, and the notoriety that the gods see, and then you are brought up. And that's why those three roots exist. Roots draw up.
So I think this is kind of interesting too. So leaving them alone for a second. The idea, it's very easy to get caught up in the imagery of the Lord. And I think we do that a lot. And I think it grounds us, it orients us, and it helps us to digest and project ourselves mentally into situation and place, because that's how we know existence to be in our experience. I think it is likely very different than all of those things. I don't think that if you get on a horse and you travel far enough in a certain direction, you wind up at some gates and you can jump over the gates and then you go to hell. And I think all of these things help us understand it is distant. It is an arduous journey. It is a journey through darkness and gloom and despair. I think that those things are truths. The more we fight over minutia of place, I think we miss some of the things. Svan's point is very important. One of the things about that we believe strongly in the Asatru, one of the things that we know to be true as the Asatru Folk Assembly, and thank you to our law speaker for the little voice inside my head that said, be very deliberate with what you say and how you say it.
I knew that was what it was.
Alan doesn't like it when I flex that back on him, but it is such a really powerful lesson that he's taught me and many of us that I think back to daily, and I thank him for it. So anyways, after you pass and spend some time on the other side of the veil, you can be elevated to higher things and you can ascend posthumously. That would make sense with the idea of passing through hell and receiving, judgment of where to go. But we also see, like, the entire mythos around the Valkyria is the idea that they take you directly from the battlefield up to the gods. One of the core ideas in the Odinic practice of cremation was that by consuming the flesh by the flames, in an instant, you travel up to the gods. You are instantly sent upwards towards ascension. It's one of the reasons symbolically that we often put a sacrifice or pour the sacrifice into the fire, that through that combustion, through the evaporation, through those elements, the offering is sent up to the gods with immediacy. And that's talked about a lot in our lore as well. So again, us, nor in a society, anybody else, the gods are the truth. The existence for us that the Aesir have laid out and created is the truth. Those processes are the truth. The lore that has come down to us is our ancestors' best inheritance they could bequeath to us on understanding that truth to the best ability that they had. it's our mission in our lifetime to go from there to an even closer understanding of that truth. And if we do it correctly, and if we do it piously, we hope that along the way, the Aesir point us in the right direction and help, school us when we're confused, and help direct us when we're lost or don't know which way to go, that help give us guidance. And we also know that to be true and are thankful for it. Vril the Barbarian, I have an odd question. I want to carve the runes around the outside of my house to create a ring of faith and protection. Was a practice like this performed in our past? Yes. Was it performed in our ancient Viking past? No. Well, okay, I say that. Not that I know of. Not that I know of. Runic, like signposts or stones or boundary markers, places to mark out a space to be sanctified, absolutely. Curses on runestones. Hey, if you do bad stuff here, if you move this, if you violate so-and-so's territory, may bad things happen to you. May Asatru strike you. May this happen. Yes, absolutely. As far as the complete Futhark in a circle to make a protective space, the first time I know of that as that being the expressed purpose of that, possibly in the late 70s, but I believe in the early 80s, Edred Thorson talks about creating a runic circle for, there's the right terminology, it's late, I'm sorry, it escapes me, but as kind of a circle of protection for magical practice. And he talks about that rather extensively. And I think he talks about it in a number of places, but I know he talks about it really specifically in the 9 Doors of Midgard. So yes, our people have practiced that in our past. They practice similar kind of stuff in the way back. They practice this in a much more exact, like for like way in the 80s. Still the past, it still counts, and it's still a really important part of Asatru tradition. And I think it's a perfectly valid and good thing for you to do if that's something that you'd like to do, to mark your spot as something that's special and set apart, and as something that resounds throughout the worlds as like, hey, an Asatru lives here who is aware of the subtle things. So yeah, I think that's solid. What do you say, Svan?
Yeah, and this kind of is answering also Ryan O'Ryan Wotenson's question. Walking around the property and land and claiming is ceremony is ancient. Yes. The biggest thing, and again, we know, just as Alzheriorgo pointed out, runic staves, runic poles, runic stones, absolutely been used in expressing warding or protecting or creating memoriam. But in Iceland, we do know that when they took from the sagas, when they took land, they said they took it by fire. So one thing that I would say is you could incorporate both of those, because we're not of the mindset to be like, the lore doesn't say runes in this specific saga, so you can't do it. But if you're trying to incorporate those elements, I would say, one, taking the land by fire means carrying a torch or a flame. A lot of that can now be done by simply placing a tea light in a lantern and walking the 4 corners of your property or whatever it might be. And it doesn't have to be perfect. Oh, there's a fence in my way, I can't protect my land, or what have you. It is about encompassing the property, and the usage of the torch, that they would ride on their horse and go and ride the perimeter of their land. It was never stated that they rode a property line or anything. They just rode around and came back to the house and said, I'm taking this land. All the land spirits everyone know that the responsibility of this land falls upon my shoulders. And so the last thing you could do, I have a hex, a runic hex sign on my front door, but you could easily place, say, protective runes on tines. And I've done this for myself personally. I have carved tines onto hazel if you can get it, but any wood will serve. And in the four corners, I hammered them into the ground, never to be pulled up. So their intention is to go in and stay in. But that was my interpretation and my inclination towards, again, reaching the same point. My land is my land. I am responsible for it, and I wish it to be protected. And that's what I did. However intricate or just sometimes even just simple as you want it to be, but it has to be genuine. And so utilizing runes, I think, would be perfectly fine.
Yeah, all of those things. Land taking is a modern and an ancient practice. There's lots of ways to do it. Walking the perimeter with some kind of a flame, with a lantern, with a torch, even, with a tea light, with a candle, whatever you're going to do is a very traditional way to do stuff that sometimes we still, I've done a number of land takings that way. Taking mead that's been sanctified and sprinkling it on key places or on the building itself, on the exterior as you walk. So that's usually what we do when we're doing a land taking on a new Hoff, is we'll, go to kind of the four sides of the building and splash it with that blessed mead and, stake our claim to it and the purpose for it. You can also do that going inside, room to room in a house or a space, and splashing a little something there, carrying a lantern through it, a light through it, and staking your claim. It's one of the kind of concepts to think about that I think is important. Intention and you having presence and magical efficacy is what's important. A lot of that is clear willpower, and it's what you're trying to do. So the logic on this really matters to me. If you are Azrael Abyss and you're just doing goofy goth stuff and you've got your hair sprayed up and you're like, look at me, I'm spooky, and you happen to put some runes on some stuff, I don't think that keeps the bad spirits away. I think the bad spirits laugh at you. But I think something happens when you break the fourth wall like that and you reach out beyond the mundane existence and say, hey, subtle forces in this area, spirits, ghosts, what have you, this is mine now for me and my family. I see you. I know you exist. I'm here. I'm a good person. I'm going to treat things fairly. I'm aware. This is ours. Don't mess with this. I've said this before, and I don't think this is the answer a lot of people are looking for sometimes. I think they want some ancient, like, arcane tome that has a spell. And I'm not saying that that's wrong. I approach spirituality as an art and not as a science. There are many, many people throughout time, including today, that it's very much about a formula and about a very set tradition. And if you are fully dialed into that, and are able to pour your will into that. And if you have a strong belief in that, and further, if that belief is backed by a strong lineage in it, I think that that's valid and effective, and I'm not disrespecting it. But if you are operating the way that I would and do, it is about an expression of your will in how you do things. And if you are amongst forces that want to victimize you, people that act completely unaware that any of these things exist and are not paying any attention, are easy targets. People that say, hey, I'm here, heads up. I'm reaching out into where you are. This is what I am doing. I will make offerings. I will be a good neighbor, but I'm also not one to be taken advantage of. I think those people are much less likely to be the victims of folks looking to take advantage. I think this is true in every part of your life. I think that if you demand that the ghosts listen to you and everybody stays away because you're the powerful rune magus in mom's basement, I don't think any of your magical spell prevents bad things from happening to you. I think those people think you're a joke, just like the rest of us do, on whatever side of the veil they might be on. But I think that if you're a sincere person that carries yourself with that in life, and you show awareness and intention towards the other and that which is beyond the veil, I think that carries a lot of weight as well. There are people that hold themselves like victims, and there are people that hold themselves like someone to be reckoned with. And I think that's far more effective than amateur hocus pocus. And I separate the two. An experienced practitioner of magical arts may have a very specific way of doing this that is very different than anything I'm describing, that may work really well. I've known some amazing ones in my life. I have the utmost respect, no disrespect whatsoever. But my method has worked really well for me and mine in my time. And so I think there are a lot of right ways to do it. You're wanting to do with your runic intention in order to set your place apart, I think is a good idea and pretty solid. Svan keeps disappearing on us. There he goes. I thought it was his championing of the indigenous peoples against my...
Stop. I keep going back to the res.
Impressive colonization attempts.
So I got to check in on my casino.
Eat big wampum. All right. So, the AFA's thoughts on circumcision. Don't think I've ever heard that discussed on VNS. There are two. The Asatru folks have. Okay, first, yeah. All right. So here's the thing, and I hope it goes without saying, but I feel like I need to say it. It's really important to stop and separate Matt stuff from AFA stuff sometimes, and to just be cognizant of that. But I'm really comfortable. The Asatru Folk Assembly stance is this: if you are not Jewish, circumcision is bad. It's not, unless there is some compelling health reason because you have a mutated penis that's what needs to happen. And I've heard of medical situations to where something with the skin is not right and something needs to be done. And that is what it is. But it is entirely a religious practice of Jewish people specifically to mark them as loyal to their God. And so if you are a Jew and that is your practice, and there's a caveat here, okay, I get that. If you are not a Jew, then we in the United States, and we think this is just something that white people do, is mutilate their genitals. It's not. That's not a European thing. That's not something that our ancestors do. That's something that for a period of time, Jews practice, and our American medical establishment begin doing that as the default setting for boys.
It's really interesting.
That's not the default. The default is you growing and developing your genitals the way that, I promise I'm not intending to be silly in any way, is something I feel really strongly about. Know that the default is for you to develop with your parts the way that you came into the world with them and the way that our gods planned for them to be. If something goes wrong and you need a medical operation and that is how stuff gets sewed up, okay, that's fine. And I don't want to go into TMI, but I think a lot of our people in this generation, certainly my age, have had that situation occur to them as children in a medical situation in the United States. I think that's kind of, for people in my age bracket in the US, the default position of folks junk. But going forward, I really hope that that changes. It's not good. And if you grow up and you decide that's something that you want to do later on in your life, it's a little bit different once you have the agency to make that choice instead of having other folks or medical professionals push that on your family when you are literally helpless as an infant.
They don't do it in Iceland. So
They don't do it for non-Jews. And I say that, I'm not sure if it's an Islamic thing as well.
It is an Islamic thing as well.
So from non-Abrahamic people, non-Semitic people, I think that, Christians might, out of a religious reason, want that done.
Pseudo-Judaic.
Outside of the Judeo-sphere of religion, that's not done. Other than in the United States, that's this medical thing that's pushed upon parents. So no, the AFA is absolutely opposed to that for non-Semitic infants.
I want
to add this too. I don't know how this breaks down, and I don't pretend that every Jewish person or every Muslim person does this. I don't know well enough. If the practice of circumcision involves a religious officiant's mouth going on a young boy's penis, that needs to not ever happen, and the Asatru Folk Assembly is firmly against that practice in any circumstance. But again, I don't know how that shakes out as far as which schools of what do that. I know that it happens, and I also know that it is wrong. What do you got, Swan?
Yeah, I was going to say on my research on that, I do believe there are just like small factions that do that, and that's terrible. But I think overall, male and female circumcision should be viewed as wrong, or unless you're part of your Abrahamic faith. And here's another thing, though. If you have been circumcised because of society and that's what's been done, a lot of men, when they have, their wife has a boy and they have a child together and they look at their kid and they're like, I don't want my kid to be different from me. That is not a good justifiable reason to
stop. So cool. You're born and you are horribly disfigured in an industrial accident. Man, I'm only one arm. I don't want my son to be different than me. Chop off his good arm.
Yeah.
It sounds stupid when I say it, but it's not. It's the exact same principle. Don't mutilate babies, guys. And it's stupid that I have to say that and then qualify it. But sometimes in the wolf age where we find ourselves, the very common sense position has been, and I think, okay, so while we're on this and we get at the 10 o'clock hour when 4 hours in and, you know, 4 cervezas in, that maybe we wax a little bit distant from the topic, but I think this is important too. It is valuable to every now and again re-examine why we do the things we do. And figure out, is there a good reason, or do we do it because we saw somebody else do it and they saw somebody else do it? And it's worth going back to center. And runically, when doing meditation and rune work, I like Is, the eye rune, the rune of ice, to start any of those practices really often or at different points in my life for stillness, for like, hey, pause. Life's moving too fast. Let's come back to center. Let's collect ourselves. And then from a fresh and objective position, let's proceed back out into the world, or let's start our magical operation. And I think it's really important intellectually to do that as well. I have an important decision to make about my child and their health. Let's pretend none of the social conditioning exists. What is their situation? Without hearing any other thing, what ought I do? Okay, I should do this. Now let's one by one factor in reasons to get me to deviate from it. And there may very well be compelling reasons to deviate for a lot of reasons. But it's an important lesson that my dad taught me. And it's sad because it's the same lesson that caused a rift between us during the COVID situation, as far as COVID vaccinations and things go. But my dad always taught me that you need a compelling reason to deviate from the default. So, you know, something just kind of that everybody said, and I think people still say today, you casually, when somebody's like, oh, why should I do stupid thing the teenager wants to do? Why not? YOLO. No, pause. No, there's not why not. That's the default. Do the right stuff that you ought to be doing. There's this strange, deviant, odd thing that drastically breaks from my norm. Not that you shouldn't do it, but you should have a significant reason to. If all things being equal, no, stay the course. If you want to change, you need a reason to do that. And it puts things in an interesting perspective that way. And I think this should be the case with a lot of stuff. If you do that and you examine, like, no, I am Jewish, and this is a sign of the covenant with my God, then perhaps that's what you ought to be doing. It's not the AFA's position to tell other races of people how to pursue their connection with their divinities. But if the reason is, oh, because the doctor does that, or I don't want to look funny and I don't want his stuff to look different than my stuff because it's confusing, I don't know if that, I say that, I know that's not a significant enough reason to perform an operation to change, to do cosmetic surgery on your infant son's genitals. And please don't get me wrong. I know that there's probably a lot of people listening that may have engaged in that. And it's a strange question. Again, we get into some odd areas. I don't want to be, lots of folks are circumcised. I am. It's a thing, like something people do. But I just, I say this, and I know I'm talking over long on the subject, but other medical procedures that they do to infants, there's just a lot of stuff that I think it's hard, because when you talk about medical stuff that people do with their children, it becomes, there's a lot of baggage to it. And then people get really resentful if they think you're telling them what to do or whatever else. I'm not. But I'm saying go back to center and reevaluate your reason. And is it significant enough to veer from the natural course of development? Maybe it is. Maybe it's not. And it's something that, as a father, my daughter's 4, not terribly long ago, my wife and I had to think of these kind of things, not in concept, but in very real reality. How do we want to handle health decisions for our daughter when the medical establishment, as it is currently, very strongly pushes certain things? How do we want to weigh those things? You may find a variety of decisions on that are your best attempt for you and your family. I respect that in a lot of stuff. What I'm saying is go through the mental exercise to make those decisions by intention, and not because a variety of different people, be them family, be them medical people, be them me, are pressuring you one way or another. Take the time to go through the thought process for your kids and for your family. That's all I'm saying. Do you have anything to add or to?
No, I think we've extensively covered it.
Well, we have, but it extends beyond just that. It's a lot of different strange stuff we do with babies now that we did all right for 5,000 years not doing with babies. So, Wolf Throne, would you consider reaching out to Ron McVan and having him as a guest on a VNS episode? It's a really interesting question. I have a lot of respect for Ron McVan. I think he is fantastic. He is welcome on the program. I would love to have him on the program if he wanted to be on the program. Our program is different because it's not really bring in a lot of different people to have them as kind of like special guests. That said, Ron is should I say that? I've spoken to him once. Mr. McVan is an elder in our community. I have a ton of respect for him. He is welcome on the show literally anytime he wants. He picks up the phone. He calls me on a Wednesday. He calls me right now. I'd say, we'll send you a link. Literally, he's always welcome. But this isn't like an interview entertainment show. It's a deliver instruction about our church and how we do things. And Ron McVan isn't a significant, like, active participant in what we're doing and how we're doing in this day and age. So that's not like a priority to have on the program as a, like planning an episode. But I promise you, Ron, Mr. McVan could call me every single Wednesday night if he wanted to. And he always is welcome on the program and always has a seat. He can comment on anything he wants, any way he wants. And I mean that. Always welcome on if he wants. Thoughts on Ben Shapiro and the Daily Wire? That was my first red pill that inspired me to leave liberalism behind. we all come to this from a lot of different ways, and it's interesting because when you hear people's story about how they got here, there's certain kind of things that mark your age or the time period that you came here from. And I think different people at a lot of different times, there would be, it's interesting, and you see that over time. So these are my thoughts, and Svan will get on here, and I've been talking a lot lately, so I'm going to take a break and drink my beer here in a second. But I don't have a big problem with Ben Shapiro because I'm taking Ben Shapiro for who he is. I don't always agree with Ben Shapiro, and I say that. I'm not an expert. The times that I don't like voraciously consume Ben's output, but I don't dislike him, and I think it's really important to take him for who he is and who he says he is, and not who the purity spiral wants to have him be and then be mad at him about. He's a Jewish man who's very proud of his Judaism. He makes Judaism and his support for the Jewish state of Israel a very foundational principle that he rallies behind, and he doesn't do it surreptitiously. He doesn't do it dishonestly. That is very strongly who he is and what he believes in. He wears his yarmulke. He does his stuff. I'm not going to be upset that his interests aren't always my interests. He represents an entirely different group of people, and I respect that. And he's, because he is traditionally minded in a lot of ways, we do come to an agreement in general terms on a lot of broad stroke stuff from time to time. What I don't like is his little nasally high school debate voice and cadence. I don't know if the rest of you get triggered by it the same way that I do. When I was in high school, I did debate, and you'd get these nasally little kids that would be in debate, and they always talk like this, and I have this thing, so you have to think like this. So clearly, if you quadrangulate and they talk super fast, they have this droning cadence, like trying to force a point through, that if they talk about it fast enough and push it through before you say no, why? You didn't say no, so this passes. So anyways, then this next thing. And I think his cadence sets me off that way. Some of it is the nasally, some of it is the rate of speaking, bugs me. But yeah, I don't dislike Ben Shapiro. What are your thoughts, Fawn?
I kind of agree with what you said. Everybody kind of comes from different places. My biggest concern, and you said this too, is that Ben Shapiro represents a certain group of people. I think that there's a large group of people that listen to him that he should not be representing. I
blame them, not Ben.
Yeah, that is very fair, and that is, you can't argue with it. But
we do this. Our people like to get someone who speaks out, steps outside the herd and the popular groupthink, and says some really true things that need to be said. And then we immediately glom onto them, and then we act as though we're betrayed that they aren't our guy when they never said they were our guy. They never told us, there was no trickery. We just didn't read the label. And that's not their fault.
I do have to say, though, one thing is that a lot of those people, they do pronounce their support for certain things, and then of course they demonize anybody that questions against that which they support, and they do that not above board. They do it kind of below board, and sling words with ists at the end, and what have you. But I remember, wasn't Gavin McGinnis part of the Daily Wire back in the day? I think one of the first things I ever saw was Gavin McInnes destroyed this feminist woman in an interview. He just like randomly picked her up off the street. One of the funniest things he ever said was, can you give me an example of a country where socialism works? And she was like, Sweden, Denmark, Norway. And he was like, why are you only choosing white countries? And it was the funniest thing I'd ever seen. Yeah, I guess everybody comes from somewhere, and some of that stuff is enlightening, as if you're in like statistics or what have you. But we often refer to it as the pipeline. Everyone's kind of going from the libertarian to the traditional monarchist pipeline. I'm not saying that's 100% true, but we're always evolving. We're kind of like,
I could have an enjoyable dinner with Ben Shapiro much more than I could with somebody who shares a lot of heritage with me, but is self-loathing and is, trying to raise their kids transgender and a variety of different stuff. We could have a nice dinner. Probably wouldn't be pork, but it'd be nice. And that's the thing. I think our people, so joking aside, I think our people don't find commonality when we can. We sometimes spend a lot of time fighting the wrong people on silly things. Sometimes I think a lot of the problems are a lot closer to home and a lot more accessible than some of the people that we perceive. There is a hierarchy of threat and lack of interest. And I think some of the people we choose to pick petty squabbles with, we can coexist with a lot better than a lot of much more immediate, much more severe concerns. And I think we prioritize poorly on that often. This is a really interesting one. I like this one a lot. I saw it a while ago. This is kind of an odd question, but just occurred to me. Since we are doing bloat and worshiping the gods here in Mythgarden, will we also be doing bloat and worshiping the gods in hell with our ancestors? Svan, what say you?
That is a great question. Yeah, I believe so. I think that the processes might not be the same, mainly because of the physical element of it. Perhaps there's a new physical, but I do believe that there is a connection and a cycling of giving that partakes in the world away from time and order, that place, that holding place, that its purpose there too is to hold us, so that the cycling can happen, and that it's a sacred place that survives even Ragnarok. That we do continue a gift cycle with the gods after death. I think it's part of when we were speaking about before with the sending up of soul parts and sending up of the boons and the blessings that the ancestors give, and that the gods allocate into the world in the middle, drawing up that root, coming to the tree in the well, and being replaced in to the wellspring, is that kind of involvement, just as much as our ancestors are interacting with us and seeing us as well. But yeah, I believe so, and I think that's a great question.
Yeah, absolutely. First, I love the question, and I think it's a really, I think the fact that you are asking the question is evidence that your worldview and the lens with which you're interacting with everything around you is moving very much in the right direction and is oriented correctly. This is something I've been thinking a lot about lately, or in really closely related terms. So, yeah. And here's the key. With all of our lore and anything that we describe. So as I said a little while ago, hell isn't guarded by an iron gate that you can like poke that has dimensions, and you walk there and let's hope they cut off a piece of your shoe because too much leather, or you need the extra leather for the super thick Vidar shoe. And like, all of these things are symbolic about stuff, about our might against Fenrir is greater when we care for our dead, when we're mindful of not being wasteful, when we're intentional in our practice. You know, you cut the toenails of the dead, there's less for the ship, for the, you know, forces of Surt to come at the end. When it comes to the dead, it's not just a bunch of people walking around looking sad in like a cave in like gloomy land somewhere. The physical description of that helps us kind of understand certain things. And in the same way, when we pass beyond the veil, are we going to gather around physically in a circle and offer mead, or maybe a pig, or are we going to do that exactly the same? Probably not, because so many of the things of the reality there are probably very different. But are we going to continue to maintain the gift cycle with our gods? Absolutely we are. Are we going to, you know, which is what bloat is. Bloat means sacrifice. That is to take something and to make it sacred. That is taking something and offering it to the Aesir. Will we give to the Aesir after we pass? Yes, absolutely. Will we worship the Aesir after we pass? Absolutely we will. Will we do these things in conjunction with our ancestors who've passed before us? Yes, we will. And they will show us how they do it there, and how it's different, and how it's the same. And all of the questions that we have right now, they'll be able to break it down for us and get us a lot closer to an answer. But yeah, you bet we will. And it's one of the things I've thought about recently, now that we have two of our Gothar on the other side. When they passed, did they cease being Gothar? Of course not. They swore oaths. They're still loyal to the Aesir. They still serve as priests of our gods. I have the power to ordain them or to revoke their ordination, and I didn't do that. So yes, they are absolutely two AFA Gothar beyond the veil, serving our church, serving our folk, able to minister to our folk in that realm, whatever that looks like. Does it look the same as it is here, to where we get on our like dead people phones and call them up? And I have no idea. It helps us to think of it that way because it makes sense. But the truth is, are the souls of our folk there? Yes. Are the souls of our folk in a realm that is accessible to them in a more one-for-one way than ours is here? Absolutely. Are they still committed to caring for the souls of those that have passed of our folk? You bet they are. So whatever form that takes and what it looks like is probably beyond our wildest imagination. But it exists, it's there. And what we do know is there is relation between the two. When people beyond the veil interact with us here in Midgard, they are them. So how we perceive them is relevant to who they were in the way that we knew them here. They are able to connect with that in their interaction with us, be it in what we see, be it in what we smell, be it in what we hear, be it in a voice or a sound or a presence. So whatever it's like, it's close enough that it translates and it makes sense when they send communication this way, and we can be confident that it makes sense when we send communication that way. We know all of those things to be true. There's so many other things that we have yet to learn, but we know those things are true. And so 100% we do that. And I'm, very excited to one day learn just what that looks like. Would the rune Fehu represent the first action / principle representing fire as the transformation of one state to another? Svan, thoughts?
Yes. No. Yes. I do believe I saw that question a little while ago when I had went back. However, and again, I'm speaking from my runic practices. I would say that also the Kon rune would be well for that as well, except considering some of the things you said. The transformative state externally, Fee and the fire and the golds, that which, the expansiveness of Muspelheim, converting and initiating the creation by melting Niflheim. So that's external. And then Kon or Kenaz or the Keen rune is internal. So it becomes much more like a furnace or a place in which the heat is condensed and the transformative state is done within. So if you're looking for the transformative state to be sourced from you and move out to affect the world, it would be, in my opinion, Fe or Fehu. And if you were trying to change yourself within transformatively, then it would be Kon or Kenaz.
So and it's a good question, and I think it warrants like a very serious response. That's why it's kind of a long pause there. I don't speak in terms of that, and it's real nebulous as far as like first action, first principle thing representing transformative fire. And the more ethereal your verbiage, the more you can kind of make anything fit the things you want it to fit. And I'm not saying you're doing that here, but I tend to shy away from likening it to something else because it in and of itself is one of the mysteries of the universe. So the rune Fee is about the accumulation and fluidity of expending energy and recouping energy, and that process of circulating resources in whatever form the resources are. It is the fluid transfer of because I don't think energy necessarily puts it right of currency. But when I say the word currency, we think of it in terms of coin or money. And the monetary implication is there in Fehu, certainly, but it's not that. It's spending of luck. It's spending of Haminya and spiritual might. It's literally spending of money. It's the spending of resources and the churn of resources that through cyclical action of, okay, I see, I don't know if it works as first principle or not. I don't speak that. But it is fundamentally involved in the idea of the gift cycle. So something spirals when you expend wealth. And I guess in its most fundamental, fee is about your purse of that wealth. But it's heavily implied that it's the idea of it's specifically mobile and not rooted. It's not fixed property. It's that you expend and exchange and spend on stuff. Money in the money bin doesn't mean anything. It only means something when you apply it to effect, when you buy an ice cream or whatever you spend it on, then it has a value. Until then, it is a potential. So you're taking potential energy and you are cycling it. When we engage in the gift cycle with the gods in a divine way, with our friends and family in a, everyday familial way, with our staff or retainers or employees or whatever we're engaged in, the continuous cycle of that builds relationship over time. It becomes worth more than the sum of its parts. If I buy Svan a gift that costs $10 and then he buys me a gift that costs $10, so I buy him another $10 gift, he buys me another one. Every time we do that, we keep $10 of value, but we've built relationship, friendship, loyalty, trust. We've built countless intangibles by circulating the same 10. And that's part of that rune of the Fey rune, is the through cycling the currency of what you have that you can spend, it's spiraling and becoming worth more than the sum of its parts. That's fundamental to our gift cycle. It's fundamental to all the things we do. It's fundamental to the economy. You got to spend money to make money. It's fundamental to a lot of different processes. I don't know that it qualifies with your transformative fire, because I think that is much more Kinaz. I think it's much more Kaun, and it's also much more Naud. So the need fire has to do with that transmutation, but through desperation and through intense need. Kaun does that through inspiration. There are elements of that in other runes that I think fit better than the Fee rune, if that makes sense. And I hope it do. I think I was overly wordy on that, but I think it's counts. So another really interesting question, Wolf Throne, you've got really interesting ones tonight. Not that you don't usually bring good stuff to the table, but some of these are really engaging this evening. If there are human spirits wandering Midgard that we can interact with, how does that fit in an Asatru worldview? Are some of us doomed to wander Midgard for eternity without ever getting back to our ancestors. Svan, what say you?
We kind of discussed this at length during the Soul VNS. The spiritual part, say, that you see of you go to a battleground, or you go into a house and you see the apparition of someone doing things. This most likely is the Hamr, the soul skin, if you will. The soul skin is the part of the body that is sometimes it's referred to as just being under the skin, if you will. It's also kind of a projection of the Das Ein, or the Ek, and it is imprintable into areas. But you spoke of interaction, and that's interesting. The general sense is that by some way our ancestors do interact with us, but I wonder about at certain points, like if you ask an ancestor to move something in the room and they do it, that is a level of interaction that I'm speculative of, simply because foul spirits that like to trick people, land spirits, some I know the Gauls called them fae, have a tendency to be that way. But overall, if you're seeing an apparition, it's most likely of the Hamr. And if you are interacting with your ancestors in, my experience is that they interact with me through very less, obvious means. There's sometimes through dreams, through a general sense of, finding things that were connected to them, or learning about things, or finding a little piece of something from a photograph to a part in a book or handwriting, whatever. I believe those are interactions that I have with my ancestors. But if we're talking about spooky haunting stuff, I generally point towards the more of the iller spirits, and they are few and far between, that have a tendency to, do things. So, are you destined to roam? I don't think so. I think that you can leave parts here. I don't know if perhaps maybe being marked as a needling so badly that you're trapped here for a while. But my general idea is that you aren't. You can leave parts of your soul in places, parts of your imprint. You leave your leak with here. It's just as simple too that you could also leave your Hamr here when you pass on. But your Saul and your Ek, they travel on, and they interact with your descendants. That's what interacts with your descendants, and you can interact with them in, I think, very, very subtle ways, because all things that kind of move through the well and the tree are not so often egregiously forward. I think that the gods work often in that same way. They don't work just come down, flip a switch. Instead, knowing as they know, because they're gods, they work through longhand interaction. And I think that our ancestry is the same way. So do I believe that ghosts are all the actual soul of someone living here? I don't. I believe that their imprints are pieces of their soul.
So we like to talk about the things that we know are true. And then there's, believe it or not, there is a wide swath of things that we we do not know all the answers for. And I think that when we deal with ghosts and stuff, it's one of those areas. Ghosts are a thing. Like we know that is true. What the depth and breadth of that thing and that phenomenon is, I think there's a lot of variety there in a lot of ways. So first, I don't. So the world of the living and the world of the dead is separated by a very thin veil. It's not like they all get on a shuttle and go to Mars and like can't come back here and there's no crossover interaction or ability. So like, only the spirits that are interacted with must be left behind and not possibly capable of going to the ancestors. But there's two. When I say there's two, I think even that is presumptuous. There is a variety of interaction with the dead. There is, ghosts and spirits that interact with us in a positive.
The heck was that?
Perhaps one is irritated at Svan right now and making strange noises through his clock.
I actually looked up ghosts and geists, and something I clicked on like had a sound with it.
There you go. Don't mess with the hands. So, okay. So like Svan said, I do think that there is imprints and like lingering chunks of soul that when you see something that's not interactive, and bear with me when we talk about these things, it's hard to have a really firm language that encapsulates the things we're trying to say in a precise way. So when there is intelligent interaction, that's different than like sometimes battlefields where you'll see the same people will report seeing the same scene replay over and over and over again with stuff. I think that there are echoes of soul pieces that when there's moments of very intense emotion or very intense things, sometimes there's an imprinting that goes on there that is unique and not interactive. When you deal with interaction, I think there's a lot of different things at play. I think there are spirits that interact that are not, people on the other side of the veil. I don't know exactly what that is all the time, and I think it's probably a variety of things. That's an interesting scenario. I think there are also, ghosts that are people that are not alive anymore that are part of these interactions. I don't know if there's a time and a place. Like, I don't know if you don't get let in by your ancestors, but you're not quite consigned to the strand yet. And there's some kind of a period there where you got to figure some stuff out. There does seem to be, there's too many examples of it for it not to exist, for there to be a thing to where there's the restless spirit that can't move on, but is kind of stuck in that process. I believe that exists. I don't know exactly what situation causes that, but I think that's often very extreme, and you have that when there's very dramatic occurrences sometimes. But I think there are areas where the dead interact more freely with the living. Like I think that like at your altar you have a better focal point of interaction with your ancestors than you do, on the bus. I think that at the graveside, you have a more potent interaction with a deceased person because in and of itself is like an altar. It's like a sacred space. In a way, it's a portal that communicates with them because a portion of their leak is there. I think that functions in a special way. I think that does function in a special way. The inner, we believe that the Deseer follow us and look on from beyond and interact with us and do things. And we even try to summon them at times in ritual, and they make their way to us. So, yeah, there's a world on the other side of the veil that I don't think functions the same with place. Because my grandmother visits me at a Deseer bloat, I don't think that means that she's trapped and like she's not allowed in to the other worlds. I think our worlds overlap in a lot of ways through that veil. I think that there is the ability to, walk amongst and around Midgardr in a way when you are beyond the veil that is different, but still, geographically you can manifest parts of yourself or interact with the world of the living in a lot of ways. So then I'm like, but what does that mean? Are there, some of us doomed to wander Midgard for eternity without ever, getting back to our ancestors? Maybe. So this is where our default is. I don't know all the rules. The gods can do what they would like to do. If our gods are like, hey, this guy hadn't figured it out yet, so you know what, Leroy, how about this? You walk around for the rest of eternity until you figure it out. And maybe you don't ever figure it out. I don't know. Could that exist? Sure. If that's the will of the All-Father, then sure. We don't hear of that. We know a little bit about, we hear, again, we don't see it a lot in lore. We hear about it in a couple of sagas about like Draugr that, are unsettled dead. But we don't have a lot of mythos based around that. We've got a ton based around interacting with your ancestors. And those seem to be able to come and interact and then go back to where they are in their realm. So I don't think that the one equals the other. I know it's kind of a fuzzy answer, but I have not been gifted with the full picture of what happens after death. That's to say it's easy to figure out all the things, we don't know tons of stuff, but we do know a lot of things. We do know that our ancestors do interact with us here in Midgard. We do know that they interact with us tangibly in a lot of different ways. I think that the logic puzzle of, well, if they can interact, then why don't they fix my whole life? Why don't they do this? Why don't we call in a brigade of like Viking ghosts to overcome our foes? What? Because it doesn't work like that. It doesn't work like that. And I don't know exactly why it doesn't work like that, other than it doesn't. That's not the physics of our reality. But we do know that those interactions happen. We see them, we experience them. They're a thing. I've experienced them in my life, and they're a thing as much as this camera is a thing, or as much as we're having this conversation is a thing. It happens. So it's a long, long way around. Yes, both those things may exist. I don't know. Somebody could be cursed to wander the earth for the rest of eternity as a ghost because gods don't like them. Possibly. But I don't know that that's the case. Not fluent in Old Norse, but I'd like to be one day. I've always thought it would be cool to have a leather-bound book that was exclusively written in runes. Is that even possible? You can absolutely get a bunch of parchment and write a bunch of stuff in runes and put it in leather. All right, Swan, open it up and tell me it's all written in runes.
Yes, it is.
Behold, the possibility exists.
You can do it. The only thing stopping you is you.
Swan has manifested it in Midgard. You've seen it here, folks. I think that was a setup.
No, I don't know.
ML Wiz are in cahoots.
No. At the same time, like as soon as I saw the question, I was like, nope, and I clicked off and ran and grabbed it.
There you have it, folks. And I want to learn Old Norse too. We're trying. I'm much closer than I was before. Learning a lot of different little things. Learn a lot of vocabulary. The declinations of stuff is really hard for me. I'm not a linguistics guy. Never have been. But I'm chipping away at it a little bit every day. Working on my memorize. Doing all right with it.
I do have to say that's not written in Old Norse. That's actually written in English. I will say that much. But it is cool to like find a crazy big old leather bound book and just start writing in runic. It's written in the folk Futhark English.
Svan has betrayed us. We thought it was all in the Old Norse.
No, that's going to be volume 2.
Just mundane English.
How dare you?
Trying to click on my Old Norse deal that I'm on. Anyways, I think I'm just messing up what I was doing. I was hoping I'd get to see where I was on the leaderboard because I thought that was going to be cool flex. But yeah, so a number of us are working on that right now. ML Wiz, I have no idea who you are, but I would invite you to join us on our quest to learn the Old Norse. We need more people to be able to talk to one another and work with each other on it. And we'll get there faster. I'd love to have some people that are already fluent, know how to do it, help us out with stuff. That would be awesome. Woo!
There
Thank you. Look at my stiff competition. Anyways.
If you go by the month, I'm barely behind. I haven't done it in like a week.
Boo-hoo. I was traveling. I was on a journey. I could not do it while I was at Baldur's
You've apparently done it a little bit because I was like 40,000 ahead of you.
Well, so, okay, this is the thing. This silliness does illustrate a thing. It's cooler when you're doing it with some people and you can compare and you can have fun little rivalries and fun little stuff. It's neat. I am learning a whole lot. The Old Norse really does help me understand and internalize our lore in a really special way. So I would encourage other folks to do some of that. Now I'm focused on the thing and trying to see if Nick gets the stuff right. I've gotten all these so far. You got to take my word for it. Anyways, I'll keep on what we're doing. But yeah, anybody who wants to, let's do it. If a bunch of us do it together, it'll help out. And maybe we'll even get somebody who's good at language that can help us. Or maybe somebody who is a native Icelandic speaker who can help us because a lot of the rules are really similar. Maybe Svan can help us with like up to 3rd grade Icelandic or something. And, you know, he can break down some of that for us.
Yep, after child talk, you're on your own.
I don't know about Gaga Goo Goo and Pooper and whatever else.
Gow. No.
There we go. See, he's been holding out. All right. So last question of the night. Is it cowardly to walk away from a fight? Svan, break that down for us.
I would argue it depends on if you got somebody who's talking a lot of smack to you and they don't have an ounce of fear. They probably got a gun, and you should probably just, walk away. There's a lot of folks down here in the South, and I see it a lot at gas stations and things of that nature. And I live in a very diverse and rich tapestry of people. And I've been told it is my greatest strength, but I've learned much wisdom by living in these places. And one of them is again, if a guy's trying to goad you into a fight and he doesn't have any ounce of anything and he's completely sober, you might want to just consider letting it go. And there might be something there bigger than a punch coming at you. However, at certain times too, when there's certain fights that are unavoidable, and stepping up, knowing how to fight, training is really, really important. I would not want to be a guy who needs to fight and not knowing how to fight. I'm thankful that that's not the case for me, but for other people, like if you should train, because there are fights that you may never be able to walk away from.
So I've seen a lot of progress in this regard, but we still run into people that want to treat Asatru like like a Viking theme park and not like a real thing. And I've had literal people like, no, if you read the lore clearly, and this is as much as I love culture of the Teutons, everything is so very absolute that real humans didn't ever do that. If every man is obliged to answer every single other man's challenge for a fight every time it occurs ever, if they ever say something you don't like, that wouldn't function well as a society ever. There's no circumstance. So if the only way you can prove right versus wrong is by a duel all of the time, then there would be nobility. There would be no nobility. It would just be the angriest feel the least pain. You would just have these big bully. You would have the berserker. The berserker would be king. That's not how things work. It's not ever how things worked. Not in the long run. Not if that was a policy all the time. Every old man would have to give way to every young man because they'd face every challenge, and you're 80 and you're, the wise sage of your people, but a guy who's 20 wants to pick a fight with you. Well, he called me a name. We got to fight. You'd have no elders. Nothing would get done because every time the king tries to do anything, random peasant dude challenges, all right, guys, we got to stop. I know we're having an important meeting about, famine and stuff. I got to go fight. What's his name again? Oh, yeah, the guy that cleans out the stables over at, 3 provinces to the south. We got to go throw down because he said I was funny looking. No real scenario works that way. Also, if it works that way, then everybody with nothing to lose would take everything from people who have everything to lose. If I suck and have nothing going in my life and I'm just a drug addict, homeless, vagrant, then cool. How about I challenge you for your house? I got nothing to lose, but if we get caught or whatever, you can go to jail. You can have all these consequences. I have no consequence. And if I win, I take your house or whatever the thing is. That's not how society functions, not how men ever function. Yes, there are circumstances where you are put in a scenario where a fight needs to happen. And I'm not suggesting there aren't. But just work out the logic. And I've had this before. I actually counseled a guy who was involved in Asatru one time. And I forget what it was, but like it was literally, my friend called me a name. Do I need to duel him to the death to regain my honor? If you read Culture of the Teutons and you did not apply common sense, then yes, literally, that's what you might have to do. No one ever lived like that. It would be the stupidest advice ever. You would maintain your honor, but spend the rest of your life in prison because you murdered your friend because he called you a name. That's stupid. So I think the biggest indication of cowardice, why aren't you fighting? If the reason that you avoid a conflict is because you are scared, and if the odds are one man versus one man, then that might well be cowardice. If there's a gang of dudes and they try to goad you into a fight and you're one guy and it's one guy and 50 guys, no, that's stupid. That's not cowardice. That's just, that's just dumb. In the Svan scenario, some rando dude tries to force you into a fight in a really suspicious circumstance. No, that person's probably not going by the rules that you're going by. But, when it comes crashing down and it hurts inside, you got to be a man. You can't let it slide sometimes. Sometimes things happen and you got to take care of it, and it's whatever. I get that. I understand that. I'm a man. I've been in a number of fights in my lifetime. I get it. What Svan said is really important. You should always be prepared because sometimes you're in a spot you can't avoid it. I'm not saying you got a duty to retreat. I'm not saying any of that. Just use some sense. Don't sacrifice your freedom and your job and your family and like important things over inconsequential things. If someone is threatening to hurt you or people that you love and care about, and you run and hide instead of addressing that appropriately, then that might very well be cowardice. But what I found really good is you don't always have to take the bait. You can sidestep a lot of really stupid things by not going down a road. Very seldom have I seen fights be instantaneous things. They're a process. Hey, what you looking at? And then you say something rude. I said, oh, that's what I thought, homie. What's up? And then you go through this whole song and dance thing that ends up in a fight. What, you got a problem? No, I'm all right. We're good. Yes, what I thought, because I didn't think you had a problem. I know I said I didn't have a problem. We're good, man. You have a good night. How about you, enjoy your evening? None of those things are being cowardly, but you could accelerate at any point. You could, do you want there to be a problem? Well, that's what I said. I mean, if you want a problem, we can make a problem. Cool. I'm all about the problems. You can bring it there, or you can de-escalate it and like, dude, I'm in my 40s. I got stuff to do. We're all out drinking. Enjoy your night. Have fun. Cool. You don't need to make it something. But if you engage in a certain cycle, it becomes something, and then you get yourself to a spot where you can't get out of it. I've seen a lot of things in my life where you can avoid a lot of fights happening. And when I say that, I don't mean in spots with people that I think would have taken me. I mean that in spots where I would have easily destroyed them. But there's no point to that. It wasn't necessary. And you can just avoid stuff. And we have a lot of grown men that want to pretend you can't. A lot of the time you can. Sometimes you can't. So the best thing I've found is being ready for it and being prepared. And if you have the confidence and they smell it on you that if you have to, you can handle what you got. And this is the thing. This all may sound very theoretical if somebody hasn't been in the situation. But if you have been, and I've seen this many times in my life, when I was a young man and I'd never been involved in anything, I'd never been in a fight, I was completely untested. I was scared of lots of stuff. I didn't know what it was like. I didn't know what I would do. I didn't know. There was all these unknowns. And I reeked of nervous energy, I suppose. And fights happened. And I say this, I wasn't like roaming the streets. Like I was a bouncer. I was in a spot where things happened by the nature of my employment. But I was in a lot of fights when I didn't know what to do. I didn't know how to do things. I knew that I didn't want to be a coward, and I knew that I was going to show up, but I was super shaky about what that meant. I was in a lot of stuff. By the time I stopped bouncing, I was hardly ever in a fight. And it wasn't because I'm, some amazing, whatever. It was because I didn't go in there with the fear or the nervousness. I didn't feel like I constantly needed to prove how not scared I was because I knew I was scared. I wasn't scared, and I'm like, all right, well, if this needs to go a certain way, I know what I'm going to do. But you know what? I don't want to deal with the police. I don't want to deal with this other nonsense. I got better stuff to do tonight. So, dude, just enjoy your evening and go home. But the other thing is, you build up a certain amount of cool points or stuff within yourself to where you're confident that you have to do things. And this is not the question, but I'm going to continue to go on it because I think it's important. Just like we have an attitude that if you don't temper your reading of certain epic things with reality as you've come to know it as an adult man, you can get the idea that nope, you are honor bound to fight every time anybody looks at you funny, because you can't lose your respect because they have taken a piece of your soul that you have to reclaim through their destruction. And that's almost literally what it says in Groenbeck, which, again, you guys have heard me crow on here. It's one of my favorite books. You just got to read it with some common sense. But we also get like that on forgiveness and like letting some stuff slide. You get some drunk guy that's 130 pounds, that's there with his girlfriend, that makes really poor life decisions. You are not well served by grinding him into a paste. That doesn't need to be done. It's not a legitimate threat to you. Nobody looking genuinely thinks that guy punked you because he scuffed your kicks or whatever kind of nonsense. And you stay out of trouble. And sometimes it's just a nice thing to do to not lay waste to every person who looks at you sideways when you know you have the ability to. That doesn't make you cowardly or whatever else. Sometimes it just makes you a decent human being. We have those issues of discernment. If you have reasons that you choose to do the things you do, fine. If you're reacting out of an instinctual terror of conflict, then yeah, you're a coward and you should fix that. But I mean, there's a lot of boys that find themselves in the world of men unexpectedly and thrown in over their head, and they're terrified. There's nothing wrong with, there's nothing unnatural or outside of the norm of starting out terrified. There is shame in ending terrified. But if you recognize within yourself that you are scared of fights, develop the confidence to where you're not. It's not so much whether you get into them or whether you don't, but it's whether you are crippled by fear or not. If you are scared because you do not think you will fare well in a reasonable fight, train up. Just the process of you becoming proficient will very likely prevent it from ever really being an issue for you, depending on your lifestyle choice. That's what I got for this evening. Said that was the last question, and it do. Appreciate you guys being with us tonight. Turned out to be a little bit longer show. I know this was really good. I'm glad we got through the poem this evening. Look forward to seeing you guys next week. But yeah, it's been nice talking to you guys tonight. We've had a good chat room. It's been really good to have you back, Wolf Throne. You always throw us really
good ones,
really good questions, some really great ones tonight. As always, I've enjoyed sharing my Wednesday evening with you. Yeah, I'll see you next week. Please think about attending Freyr's Harvest Feast in Montana if that's something that you're able to do. Love to meet you there. It's going to come up quicker than you realize. But if I don't talk to you before then, I will see you next Wednesday on another exciting edition of Victory Never Sleeps. I will be joined by some of our amazing leadership from the Njordshof district. Those of you that don't know, that's kind of the Gulf of Mexico, southern states with a couple of, there we go. Nick's got it up here. So it's like deep south plus Texas, Oklahoma, and Arkansas. And it also includes folks in South America and folks in South Africa. But we'll see y'all next week. Until then, hail the Aesir, hail the folk, hail the AFA. Remember, victory never sleeps.
Bye, everyone.